morning. Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You are welcome. Good morning. Good morning and welcome to today's dialogue on food security in Nigeria. And we will be your moderators for this event. My name is Adeoluwa Oni, and I'm here with...
And my name is Ibukun Igbinosa. You're welcome.
Yeah. So to start us off, may I please crave your indulgence? Maybe you'll stand up as we take the national anthem.
National anthem. Thank you. We can have our seats. All right. We would like to recognize the presence. We have Honorable Musa Saliu Bawa, Boso, Commissioner of Agric and Permanent Secretary and Director of Agric from Niger State. We also have with us this morning Honorable Yakubu Lulu, the Commissioner for Environment, Permanent Secretary and Director of Climate Change from Niger State also. We have with us this morning Mr. Musa Mohamed, Director of Cooperative for Ministry of Trade and Investment from Niger State. From the Ministry of Environment, we have the PAMSEC and the Director of Climate Change. From the Ministry of Agric, we have Director of Agric, Nasara representatives from Nasara Agricultural Development Program, NADP. We have representatives from IFAD and VCDP also with us this morning, from the State Project Coordinator and Technical Assistant SPC. We also have with us this morning Executive Secretary, Young Men Christian Association. So we will continue to do, these are some of the names that we have registered. We'll continue to introduce people as they come in. Once again, welcome this morning. I do hope we have time to network, to learn, and dialogue as we gather together in this space this morning. All right. I would like to introduce, to give us the opening remark, the country director, One Acre Fund, in the person of Mr. Adetola Adegbite. Please, a round of applause.
Hi, fantastic. All right, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, partners, farmers, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is truly an honor for me to stand before you today at the National Stakeholders Dialogue on Food Security, an event that brings together the brightest minds, the strongest voices, and the most committed stakeholders in Nigeria's agricultural sector. We gather here not just as representatives of our organizations, but as partners in a shared mission to ensure that every Nigerian has access to nutritious food and that our farmers have the tools and support that they need to thrive. We are coming together to build a sustainable and resilient food system for future generations. Nigeria stands at a critical juncture. We are a nation of 200 million people, maybe 220 million, with smallholders producing nearly 80% of our food supply. Yet, paradoxically, we face serious food security challenges. Over 40% of our population lives below the poverty line, and nearly 20% of our children under 5 suffer from chronic malnutrition. These statistics are not just numbers. They represent millions of our families struggling to feed their children, farmers battling unpredictable weather, and communities losing their livelihoods to climate change and economic instability. The challenges before us are daunting, but they are definitely not insurmountable. With bold leadership, strong partnerships, and targeted investments, we can change this trajectory to bridge the gap, to find solutions, and to take action. At One Acre Fund, our mission is simple. We put farmers first. We believe that smallholder farmers, who form the backbone of our food systems, are key contributors to transforming agriculture in Nigeria. Since launching in Nigeria in 2018, we have expanded our work to over 250,000 smallholder farmers in Niger State, Kwara State, and Nasarawa State. We empower farmers by providing quality seeds and fertilizers at affordable prices. We deliver training on improved farming techniques to increase productivity. We support climate adaptation through our tree programs, and we facilitate access to markets and financial services to help farmers thrive. And we have seen results. We have seen tangible results. We've seen higher crop yields, we've seen improved incomes, and we've seen stronger rural communities. But we know that our impact can only go so far without collective action. So today's meeting is about collective action. It's about how we come together to solve these problems that have threatened our food security systems. The theme of today's dialogue, Achieving Food Security in Nigeria, Bridging the Gap, challenges us to address the disconnects in our food system. The gap between policy and implementation. How do we ensure that government policies effectively support smallholder farmers? The gap between farmers and the market. How do we improve supply chains, reduce post-harvest losses, and ensure fair pricing for farmers? The gap between investment and impact. How do we channel resources to the areas where they are most needed? None of us can solve these issues alone, but together with government agencies, agribusinesses, financial institutions, and development partners, and civil society, we can build a more inclusive, resilient, and sustainable agricultural system. As we open today's meeting and commence the dialogue, I encourage us to approach today's discussions with a mindset of openness and action. This is more than just a conversation. It's an opportunity to share insights, challenge assumptions, and co-create solutions that will shape the future of food security in Nigeria. I invite us to reflect on these key questions as we engage. How can we strengthen public-private partnerships to drive lasting change? What innovations in agriculture, from climate-smart technologies to digital tools, can we scale to improve farmer access? What policy shifts are necessary to ensure greater access to inputs, finance, and extension services for smallholder farmers? How can we prioritize sustainability and climate adaptation to secure our food systems for future generations? The path to food security requires collective commitment and action, as with any complex problem, really. Let's engage with purpose, let's listen with intent, and let's leave this room with concrete steps that will drive real impact. At the end of today's dialogue, we will not just walk away with ideas, but with a roadmap for action. We will compile key recommendations and communicate, and we will ensure that these insights are widely shared with policymakers, investors, and agricultural stakeholders. Additionally, for those seeking to deepen engagement, business partnerships, and career opportunities, those will be compiled later today and shared. Our intention is that today is not just another event, but that it begins a series of conversations that will lead to transformation in our agricultural sector. A moment to shift from challenges to solutions, from ideas to implementation, and from dialogue to impact. I leave you with this thought. A farmer's greatest strength is not just in the seeds they plant, but in the health of their soils. It's in the strength of their partnerships, because this provides the foundation that they need to thrive. By working together to strengthen our agricultural foundations, from improving soil health to enhancing market access and value chains, we can build a sector that feeds our people, grows our economy, and secures our nation's future, rather. I want us to make today count. I want the conversations and engagement that happen here today to translate into something meaningful and tangible for the Nigerian economy and the Nigerian communities and the farmers that we work with every day. But for that to happen, we need everyone in this room to bring their best foot forward, to engage critically, to engage constructively, and to engage in very meaningful ways. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's build a food-secure Nigeria together. Thank you.
That was a lovely speech. Some of us might not be aware, but One Acre Fund operates in 9 countries across the sub-Saharan Africa region. And for this next session, we'll be focusing on the state of food security in Africa, what our observation is, what One Acre Fund is doing in sub-Saharan Africa to promote food security, and we'll be taking lessons from that. So to take this session, please join me in welcoming Milindi Sibomana, One Acre Fund's Chief Security Officer, who has joined us for this very important event all the way from Rwanda. This is a round of applause for him as he steps forward. So over the course of this plenary session, you are free to bring in your questions. So please note your questions. We'll be projecting on the screen how you'll be able to take in those questions. So there's a website called Vivox, vevox.com, and the code will be projected on the screen very shortly. So please do send in your questions or your thoughts or your comments, and at the end of the plenary session there will be a Q&A where we'll be able to dig deep into this. So thank you once again for listening, and welcome Milindi once again to take the plenary session.
Thank you, colleagues. Good morning. As my colleague mentioned, my name is Dr. Milindi Sibomana. I'm not the Chief Security Officer, though. I'm Chief Agriculture Officer, so I'm an agronomist by training, and I'm happy to be here with you today. So I'm just trying to see where I can find the slide deck. Yeah, so maybe we can go to the next slide. So today I'm just going to talk to you about what we are doing in our other countries of operation. And then talk about what we see externally in terms of food security, and then what's also happening within our own programs of operation. And then finally, we'll talk about some of the things that we are doing to strengthen food security in the societies that we are working in. So we'll just go to the next slide. So starting off just in general, I'm sure many of you colleagues who are here know the Sustainable Development Goals as set by the UN a couple of years ago. It's been 10 years from 2015 when this was set, and the goal is to reach 2030 with zero hunger. I think when it was set, it was still far away. We thought 2030 was going to be too long. But we are 5 years away from 2030, and we still have incidences of hunger, we still have incidences of malnutrition, stunting, anemia. So I think we still have a way to go. But as my colleague Tola was mentioning, I think the efforts that come from meetings like this and activities of organizations like the ones that you are representing will help us to get there. So if we just click on the slide, my colleague in the back, if you just, yeah. So some of the drivers that we are seeing of food insecurity, as Tola mentioned, low agricultural productivity, climate change is a big one, supply chain instability. Anybody here who's dealing with fertilizer and seed has felt the effects of COVID, felt the effects of the wars in Ukraine. And unfortunately, the smallholder farmers who are producing the majority of the food that we are consuming are the ones who are mostly affected by these shocks. So how do we find solutions to this? We'll talk a bit about it later. But first, let's just talk about the current situation. So if you move to the next slide, my colleague in the back. So if you look at global hunger, I circled there, Sub-Saharan Africa is leading the pack with South Asia in terms of global hunger indices like stunting and malnutrition. And if you click again on the slide, I took another, I don't think you'll be able to see it, but out of the 12 bottom countries in the world in 2024 in terms of global hunger, 9 of those countries are from Sub-Saharan Africa. So I think this shows us that we have some challenges that we need to address. And I think the work that we are doing will try and get to the bottom of this issue. If we can go to the next slide, please. Again, in terms of productivity, if we look at yields of cereals like maize, Sub-Saharan Africa is still not really gaining. If you click again, so one of the main issues that we are facing is just limited adoption of modern or optimized. I don't like using the word modern anymore. I like to say optimized agronomic practices, because it could be traditional combined with modern as long as it's optimal for that particular situation. And our heavy reliance on rain-fed agriculture in Africa is still a problem. I think colleagues here who are experiencing this in their own fields would know this. So in summary, like what my colleague Tola had mentioned, we need policy, we need technical support in the form of advisory services, we need economic incentives. Farmers are also business people. I think sometimes people look at smallholder farmers and they think that they're not trying to make money. But we need the economic incentive there, and then we need infrastructure. So overall, across Africa, many of the challenges that Tola mentioned in Nigeria are also present. Maybe we go to the next slide and talk a bit about what we are seeing within our own programs. Like I mentioned, One Acre Fund is operating in 9 countries in Sub-Saharan Africa, East Africa, Central Africa, and Southern Africa. We look at some of these metrics. How are we performing in terms of yield? Maybe if we go to the next slide. So this is an example of a graph for maize yields over a 3-year period from 2022 to 2024. This is in acres, so it's about 1.5 tons per acre is the average where we are sitting for maize, which translates to about 3 tons per hectare. But ideally, we should be sitting at about 5 tons. Yes, we have made gains. I want that to be clear. When we started the work that we were doing, I can give an example in Rwanda where we're sitting at 1.5 tons an acre. Most of the farmers that we are serving right now were sitting at below 1 ton an acre. So we have increased by about 30% in terms of yield, but we're still a bit of 25 to 30% where we need to go. So the work still needs to be done, and we're happy that the people who are doing the work are in these rooms and rooms like this in other parts of the continent. Maybe if you can move to the next slide. So when we talk about nutritional outcomes, this is something that we're also reporting on. In terms of food security, we see still incidences of hunger, even amongst the clients that we are serving. Over a 30-day period, this is how we collect the survey. We ask farmers over the 30 days that have been gone past, have you experienced any incidents of hunger? 36% of the farmers that we're serving are experiencing incidences of hunger. And of that 36%, 49% are experiencing moderate to severe hunger. So this is still an issue in the communities that we are serving. And then in terms of dietary diversity, we're happy to report 71% of the households we're serving are showing good dietary diversity when we look at about 8 food groups, particularly in children under 5 years. But still, more work needs to be done. We want to see this hunger number go to 0, and we want to see the dietary diversity number go to 100. So even though we are reporting on progress, we know that there is still a journey that needs to be traveled. If we go to the next slide, please. So I just wanted to present the work that we have done in 2024. In 2024, across our 9 countries of operation, we served 5 million farmers. We delivered 130,000 tons of seed and fertilizer across these operating markets. In terms of additional harvest that came from the work that we were doing, it was about 250,000 tons of additional harvest for maize, legumes, and tubers. And then the work of our trees team, about 91 million trees were planted last year. So this is a combination of timber and fruit trees, and all of these come together to support the efforts towards food security. I'll go quickly so that we can get to questions and discussion. So in terms of the work that we are doing, we know the pillars of food security is the food available. Is the food available consistently? Is the food affordable? And is the food consumed? All the work that we do across our countries of operation is geared towards this, correct? And we added another layer of what we call farming resilience to ensure that that food security is sustained. So what we're looking at now is also, and my colleague Tola mentioned a bit about this in terms of climate change and climate adaptation. We're trying to make sure that the plants that we are growing are healthy in terms of pest and disease management, but also in terms of nutrient management. We want to improve soil fertility across our countries of operation. We want to increase income diversity. And finally, we want farmers to feel like they have the confidence to invest. And that's what we are referring to by safety nets. This includes things like insurance and asset diversification. I'll talk a bit about it in the next slide. So in the next slide, if my colleague can help me, I don't know if it's very clear at the back, but these are some of the practical things that we are doing. So in terms of plant health, we're working a lot on integrated pest management. So not only pesticides, but how do farmers do things like crop rotation? How do farmers think about weeding? How do farmers think about crop diversity in their fields? So we do a lot of work on extension across all of our countries. We are giving farmers daily forecasts in some of the pilots via SMS. So this helps the farmer to know what to do and when to do it in their fields. In terms of soil fertility, a lot of the work we're doing is around soil acidity management. I don't know how big that issue is in Nigeria, but in some of the other countries of operation, it's a big challenge. Our agroforestry program is really supporting us on soil erosion control. The one thing I'm very excited about is the market linkages work. So in terms of income diversity, if I'm a farmer, every time I'm investing in my field, I want to know, is somebody going to come and buy this crop? So across all of our countries of operation, what we are really investing in now is how can we build market linkages for these farmers? And then finally, we're also working on insurance. Currently, we have loan insurance, so farmers who are getting inputs from us on credit. If there are any shocks, farmer doesn't have to pay because we have covered that package. But going forward, we're also looking into harvest insurance so that even a portion of their harvest can be covered by insurance, and that would be a product that we'll be introducing in the next 2 years. Maybe go to the next slide, please. So I just want to take an example of some work we're doing in some of our countries. This is in Malawi. We really invest a lot in extension. That graph I showed you about yields increase. Yields can increase because of good seed, because of fertilizer. But if farmers don't have somebody in the field with them walking that journey and training them, then the yields will never get to that 5 tons or 6 tons or 10 tons per hectare that we are trying to get at. I don't know what is the yield of potato in Nigeria, but in Rwanda right now, the average yield is about 10 tons per hectare. But we know it can get to 20 tons per hectare, but we need more of extension support to get there. So in Malawi, we did a pilot last year of extension for soil health, for soil management, and we were using different channels. We were using radio, we were using video, we were using even competitions amongst farmers. And also we did a lot of print media. The main challenges we had is farmers were still burning a lot of residues in the field, which is not good for climate. Farmers were not leaving residues in the field, so there's no organic matter that's remaining in the field. But based on this work that we did, we saw 36% a decrease in burning in the field. We saw up to 66% increase in residue retention. So farmers were mulching. When they finish harvesting, they leave something in the field. It increases organic matter. And then even farmers started adopting organic fertilizer, which is something that has always been a challenge for the work that we were doing, as farmers are finding it difficult to get access to organic fertilizer. So this is just an example of if you do extension and you do it intentionally, you're able to get farmers to start changing behaviors. If we go to the next slide, this is just an example of something we do across our countries, is R&D. When we talk about research, people normally think of international research being brought into the countries. But what we have to realize is that technologies need to be contextualized. The technology that I'm using in Rwanda might not be the same one that you need to use in Nigeria that needs to be used in Malawi. So what we're doing is we're working with partners, all of these CGIAR centers, and we're doing the trials in country. So when we do the trial in country, that means I can package it for a smallholder farmer in Nigeria based on the context of that farmer in Nigeria. So in a season, we do about 2,000 farmer trials across the different countries, and the results from these trials are then used to make recommendations on training, recommendations on inputs, and recommendations on what services we need to offer farmers. Maybe to the next slide. So this is just our projection for 2030. We're hoping to serve 10 million farmers across our different countries of operation with seeds and fertilizer and training on time. That's also very important because farmers are waiting for rains. If you come too late, then it doesn't matter if you brought the seed or that fertilizer, farmer is not going to be able to plant it. Through our agroforestry program, we're looking at 1 billion trees. It seems like it's a big number, but for most of our countries, if we combine, we're already around the 300, 400 million mark. So in the next 5 years, we'll be able to get to 1 billion. And then specifically on the nutrition outcomes, we want zero hunger. I know it was coming out in the SDGs, but in our programs of operation, we want to see 0% of incidences of hunger and increase in dietary diversity. Maybe we can go to the next slide. So this is just for me, my last slide, just a call to action. What we need is actors in the space who are making sure inputs are going to farmers on time. And extension is there on time. The second one, we need markets. We need markets that are collaborating with farmers. We don't want this thing of farmers fighting with markets because it discourages the farmers. And we need policies that allow farmers to invest in their fields. So we talk about things like insurance, we talk about things like irrigation and infrastructure. And then finally, one thing that gets overlooked is R&D. But I want to really highlight local R&D. It has to be conducted within the country of operation to make sure that the solution is contextualized for that particular market. So I want to stop here and thank you for your attention and the time and the hosts for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Do you have any questions for him? So you can go. We will be sharing a link for people to put questions. So once that link is shared, so that we don't have to call people one after the other to do that. Right. Good morning once again, everyone. So to take us further, earlier on I had taken some introductions. I would be taking, some more people have joined us since we took the last introductions. I would want to recognize the presence of His Royal Highness Alhaji Suleiman Dada, District Head of Mekunkele in Niger State. Also, we have with us this morning the Niger State's Honorable Commissioner of Agriculture, Honorable Musa Saliu Bawa Boso. All right, thank you very much for that round of applause for acknowledging their presence. We also have Niger State's Honorable Commissioner of Environment, Honorable Yakubu Lolo. Olo. Oh, all right. My apologies. The Commissioner of Environment. We will be adding, yes, that reminds me. I think we all have this card. There is a barcode on the card. You can scan that barcode. It takes you to a brochure. So there is this barcode at the bottom right corner of this program of events. So just scan it. It will take you to the One Acre Fund brochure. So for our next session, I will be calling on my colleague. We will be talking about One Acre Fund's program in Nigeria, particularly how we have contributed to food security in Nigeria. It will take some minutes to x-ray the work that One Acre Fund is doing in Nigeria and how we are strengthening and contributing to food security. So join me this morning with a round of applause to welcome with me Mr. Emmanuel Bangoye. He is One Acre Fund Nigeria Programs and Field Operations Lead. Mr. Bangoye? All right.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I welcome our distinguished guests, esteemed partners, and stakeholders present in this room today. I'm privileged to be here at the National Stakeholders Dialogue on Food Security, where we unite to tackle one of the Nigerians' most urgent issues, achieving sustainable and inclusive food security for everyone. In Nigeria of today, we have millions of smallholder farmers, about 70% of the population, who wake up before dawn every day tirelessly to tend to their fields. They work under the scorching sun with unwavering determination to support their families and feed the entire nation. However, despite their hard work, they struggle to generate enough food. The question at hand is very clear. If our farmers work very hard, why do 1 in 3 Nigerians face food insecurity? If our farmers work hard, why does Nigeria still import millions of metric tons of food annually? This question was on our mind when in 2018, our organization One Acre Fund came to Nigeria and observed that the dedication of farmers was hindered by limited access to quality inputs, erratic weather, market restrictions, and inadequate credit options. For this reason, One Acre Fund started its operation in Nigeria. One of the keys to food security lies in properly supporting these diligent farmers. When farmers receive access to high-quality inputs, training, asset-based financing, adequate information, and strong market connections, they can spearhead Nigerians' agricultural transformation, producing more food, earning higher income, and ensuring long-term sustainability. My role today is to explain how One Acre Fund's program in Nigeria directly tackle these challenges, helping farmers to sustain themselves, their communities, and the country, and supporting the 4 pillars of food security, which are availability, access, utilization, and stability. These initiatives are executed by 5 departments under the program division of One Acre Fund. The first department is the credit department that provide access to quality inputs to farmers on credit. This department ensure farmers receive timely and sufficient inputs to help boost their productivity while reducing financial stress. And this department helps to promote access to credit and availability of food. The second department within this division is extension team, who are in charge of training and providing advisory services to the farmers. As we all know, knowledge is just as crucial as resources. Our field teams provide hands-on training in advanced farming methods, post-harvest management, and sustainable agricultural practices. They ensure that even the most isolated farmers receive essential support through community-based extension services. The third department is market access team, and their role is to link farmers to dependable markets, minimize post-harvest losses, and advocate for improved storage solution. The fourth department is what we call the trees department, and they are responsible for climate resilience and sustainable agriculture. We give Abizia, Libec, and Pakia seeds to our farmers for free. Our Trees for Farmers initiates farmers to plant trees that enrich the soil, prevent erosion, and generate new income sources. Beyond agroforestry, we also provide high-value trees such as mango seedlings, cashew seedlings, mahogany to our farmers at a very subsidized rate. And then the last department is rural retail team. We launch rural retail shops and last mile delivery services to serve farmers in remote regions. This ensures that farmers can access farming inputs, quality of life products, and guidance easily. In the last 6 years, we have made substantial progress tackling food security in Nigeria. Reflecting on this, we commenced with 150 farmers in 2018 in Niger State with our credit program, and we have rapidly expanded our offerings to include trees, market access, extension services, and rural retail. We have directly served over 400,000 farmers in the last 6 years. About 130,000 of these 400,000 benefited from our credit program. If you look at this 400,000, it's about 1.33% of the total smallholder farmers in Nigeria. It means if we continue to go at this pace, it will take us 450 years to reach all the smallholder farmers in Nigeria. But if just 75 additional organizations operate at the same scale as One Acre Fund, focusing on different value chain, we will accomplish this in just 6 years. And this calls for investments, partnership, collaboration to enhance food security. The question is, are we going to wait centuries or are we going to unite to tackle this challenge now? We have planted over 9.5 million trees since our inception and about 6 million trees last year alone. These 9.5 million trees we've planted could produce enough oxygen for over 47.5 million people annually. That is nearly the entire population of southwest Nigeria, including the most populous state in Nigeria, which is Lagos. With 6 million trees planted just in 2024, we are generating fresh air equivalent to the output of a forest the size of Abuja. These trees are not just growing, they are vitalizing communities and securing a greener future for Nigeria. Our credit program has generated about 40 million in impacts. This represents additional profits for our farmers over the last 5 years. This extra income is enough to educate 400,000 children for a whole year at an average of $100 per child. It means the goal transcends just income. It's about lifting families out of poverty, empowering the next generation, and fostering a more resilient and food-secure Nigeria. In the last 4 years, we have helped cultivate over 55,000 hectares of maize, producing an estimated 165,000 metric tons of maize. This maize could provide more than 330 million plates of tuwo shinkafa, enough for every Nigerian to have at least one meal. So if we decide to say that we want to feed all Nigerians with just tuwo shinkafa meal, with what we have done the last 5 years, we could do that at least once. However, Nigeria still faces an annual maize production gap exceeding 4 million metric tons. We are just beginning, and that is why we have set a 10-year vision to collaboratively support at least 50% of farming households, which we estimate to be about 15 million and 20 million Nigerians, in establishing a resilient farming operations and diversified income streams driven by their agricultural activities. It means that we cannot achieve this alone. Again, let me take our vision again. Our 10-year vision is to collaboratively support at least 50% of farming households, about 50 to 20 million Nigerians, in establishing a resilient farming operations and diversified income streams driven by the agricultural activities. One key word there is collaboratively. It means we can't achieve this alone. Why should we take 450 years to realize this vision when 75 of us can make it happen in 5 to 6 years? In the next decade, I envision us planting over 100 million trees and more than 250 million trees cumulatively, restoring land, enhancing soil fertility, and aiding farmers in building climate resilience. These trees will safeguard the environment, increase agricultural productivity, and provide farmers with new income opportunities. We aim to produce over 1 million metric tons of maize and other staple crops per year, closing Nigerians' food gap and reducing import dependence to under 10%. More locally sourced food means lower prices, improved nutrition, and greater food security. I look forward to a time within these 10 years when farmers will earn more through larger harvests, improved market access, fair prices, and minimize post-harvest losses. When farmers thrive, families eat better, children receive education, and rural communities flourish. However, to achieve this and many more in transforming Nigerians' food security, we must scale up agricultural innovations that enhance productivity and foster climate resilience. We must revise policies that grant smallholders better access to finance, land, and extension services. We must invest in infrastructure and value chains so that farmers can efficiently store and market their harvests. We must empower women and youths, who are the foundational pillars of tomorrow's agricultural sector. To close, again, if 75 organizations aggressively pursue a food security agenda as ours, positioning themselves across multiple value chains and different points in the value chains. Nigeria could gain substantial support in just 1 year. The challenge is not finding solutions, but expanding current initiatives. We need robust partnerships, effective policies, and collective actions. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much for that presentation, Emmanuel. So very soon, we'll be going for a very short tea break. After the tea break, we would speak a lot more around the challenges we are facing in Nigeria and in the major agricultural states and hubs that we operate in, and also in other places where we know to have a lot of yield, or where we know to expect a lot of yield, so to speak. But shortly before we go for that tea break, we would be sharing with you a very short documentary that we have created. It's meant to give you a little bit more insight on what the work we've done so far, the impact we've made so far in these respective communities. But after this, we'll go for a tea break. So please just stay with us, and don't forget to note your questions. We would be presenting the barcode after the documentary, and we'll be discussing a lot more wider non-Monica activities after the tea break. Thank you.
Nigeria is home to 30 to 35 million smallholder farmers. Here, smallholder farmers toil each day, nurturing the soil, planting seeds of hope, and dreaming of a bountiful harvest. But their journey is fraught with challenges. One Acre Fund is a not-for-profit organization dedicated to supporting smallholder farmers across 9 sub-Saharan African countries. Globally, we serve 4.8 million farmers with the tools and resources needed to grow food and increase their incomes. In Nigeria, we began operations in Niger State in 2018 and have since expanded to serve farmers in Kwara and Nasarawa states. From starting with 180 farmers in Niger State, we have rapidly grown to support over 200,000 farmers through 3 specialized programs. The credit program, the rural retail program offering inputs on cash, and the trees program distributing tree seedlings to help mitigate climate change challenges. Our core program lies at the heart of this mission, delivering high-quality seeds, fertilizers, and expert guidance directly to the farmers.
Our mission in Nigeria is to collaboratively support at least 50% of farming households in the country to build resilient farming operations and diversify the industry.
I want to give farmers inputs. The second one is I want to offer them credits, and the third one is that we want to offer them what you call extension services or advices, so that they are able to adopt the knowledge on their field with the aim of increasing their yield.
Through this program, we ensure that every seed sown has the potential to flourish.
Amma yanzu da na shiga ina samun kuɗi 15,25,30 an wurin ina zo ina biya bukata kaina kasuwa na sha ya bukasa kuma ina samun na biya kuɗin makaranta yara abubuwan nan ya faru domin su ma'aika sun zo sun ba ni iri sun ba ni masara sun koya mana yadda ake noman zamani.
From agricultural inputs to solar lamps, solar fans, and energy-efficient cook stoves, we bring essential items closer to the farmers.
So basically, the aim is to ensure that the farmers get their products, whether they come to pick up from the shops or if they aggregate their sales, we can deliver to them. We also have a USSD platform where farmers can make orders, we call them to confirm, and then we direct them to the appropriate channel, whether it is to pick up or we deliver to them. So the aim is to ensure that the farmer is able to get the product when they want it at a price that is affordable and workable for both parties.
The TREES program stands as a testament to our commitment to combating climate change and restoring ecosystems. With community champions who work as nursery managers at all our decentralized nurseries, we are making strides in environmental conservation and economic empowerment.
In 2020, when we started the TREES program in Nigeria, we were working in a single community in Niger State, and we targeted to serve 400 farmers with trees. That program was successful, and we were able to serve more than the targeted number of farmers, and we were able to now expand the program subsequently. By 2021, we served 21,000 farmers. By 2022, we increased that further to 56,000 plus farmers. By 2023, we were doing 100,000 farmers and serving them with more than 2.5 million trees. By the next year, 2024, we had expanded even further. We were able to now do 243,000 plus farmers with 6.5 million trees. This year, we're looking to do even more, to reach 400,000 plus farmers and to give them 12.5 million trees. Why? We believe that trees are very valuable assets that can support farmers in communities, help to improve the climate, improve the soil, and ensure additional income stream for farmers as well. By design, our model is to source high quality inputs, seeds, and go into communities to set up rural nurseries. Our nurseries are set up at the village level because we want to ensure that last mile delivery where farmers are able to go to the nearest location. Our nurseries are not set up far away from where farmers are. Currently, we have more than 600 nurseries across Nigeria, and to set up our nurseries, we hire local nursery operators, members from within the community. We train them, we support them with input, and we handhold them through the process of nursery setup to establish their nurseries. At the end of the seedling raising period, we then go into those communities and mobilize farmers to provide them with the tree.
Innovation drives our approach to climate resilience. Through agroforestry, climate-smart agriculture, and insurance cover, we help farmers adapt to changing climate conditions and secure their futures. Education and community support are pillars of our success. Through comprehensive training and decentralized nurseries, we empower farmers with the knowledge and resources they need to succeed.
Over years, we've been partnering with One Acre Fund to ensure that farmers, their capacity is being built, and of course, supply of economic fruit tree seedlings, where they can be seen to at least first to maintain their soil, reduce degradation of land, and of course, improve their economic livelihood. For One Acre Fund, they ensure that they give to farmers the right quality of seeds and other agricultural inputs. And of course, not just that, they also give them technical backstopping. They give them, build the capacity on how to plant, how to maintain their farms. Now, with partners like One Acre Fund, it has created a huge success. Today, I think, in the local government, One Acre Fund is participating. It's a household name because we have a lot of testimonies in terms of food production, in terms of increased livelihood, in terms of sustainable production in their farms. I think One Acre Fund is doing great as far as Nigeria is concerned.
One Acre Fund Nigeria is more than an agricultural support program. It is a movement towards a sustainable future where every farmer has the opportunity to thrive.
Ni sunana Alhaji Suleiman Abdullahi Dada, ni hakimi mai kunkele. Sannan kuma ni a one of the ambassador, senior ambassador na One Acre Farm, and one of the top advisory committee on One Acre Farm. So the One Acre Farm suka zo nan mai kunkele. Gaskiya mun so mu samu dan kaman ba mu so mu da su ba, amma da suka fara aiki mun ga kuma aikin nan na gaskiya ne. Sun kawo ba manoman mu taki, sun kawo musu kuma abin gan shuki, seed, iri na shuki. Saboda haka nan kuma gaskiya da suka fara ina ga wajen shekara 6 kenan, kuma gaskiya mutane ba wanda yake faɗa wani abu wanda ba daidai ba, sai dai alhamdulillah. In fact da suka zo nan sun tafi tare da mu, don sa mu shiga cikin wannan aikin. Ko me za su yi ta da mutanenmu suka su gaya mana mu kuma mu ba mutanenmu shawara. Abin da ya sa muka ji daɗin wannan tafiyan don saboda gaskiyar da aka sa cikin al'amarin nan. Lokacin da ya kai damina za a kawo kayan gona da kuma kayan shuki da kuma magungunan feshi a shuki mostly ma akan masara da suka fara. Yawanci za ga cewa ƙungiyoyi sun zo sai ga ƙarshe shiga ƙungiyar ya tsaya ba ci gaba da aiki ba, amma na ku yanzu wajen shekara 6 kenan muna tare kuma muna komi tare da ku, so ba abin da muke ma za ce sai dai a ce an gode.
We are persuaded that farmers, especially smallholder farmers, play a critical role in helping to address food insecurity in the country. The paradox of it, however, is that as these farmers play this very important role, farmers themselves often face realities where they have to grapple with hunger and need many times. And so the purpose, right, that we are trying and working towards accomplishing is an outcome where the farmers that work hard to feed the nation are equipped, right, to do so in a way that ensures that their own livelihoods are preserved, but also in an efficient manner that also contributes to improving the country's food security outcomes. We started work in the country in about 2018, and we have quickly expanded to 3 states in the past 6-7 years. The vision is to take this program to every state in the country. We will do that in a methodical way, however, methodical, structured, systematic manner, so that we are able to cover ground in a way that is meaningful. We are able to iterate on our processes. We are able to take what works, right, to many, many more farmers. Already the results we have seen in the past few years that we've been in the country are quite encouraging and really inspiring, right? As at last year, our credit program generated about $320 of impact for each farmer that worked with 1 Acre Fund, which is a significant growth from where we started in 2018.
Every seed has the potential to grow, and every community can prosper. Join us in our mission to transform lives and grow a sustainable future for Nigeria.
We'll quickly head for the tea break. May I please crave your indulgence to do some further rounds of introduction. So permit me to introduce Olaome Ayodele, the Director of Agric Extension Service, Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security. I'd also like to introduce Dr. Eunice Adigizi, Nasarawa State Coordinator, IFAD VCDP. I also like to introduce Dr. Idris Usman Bogan, the Permanent Secretary, Niger State Ministry of Environment and Climate Change. We also have in our presence Dr. Matthew Ahmed, Permanent Secretary, Niger State Ministry of Agriculture. We also have Muhammad Ali Baba, Managing Director, NAMDA, Niger State Ministry of Agriculture. We also have in our presence Garba Modrosha. Apologies if I mispronounce the name. Permanent Secretary, Nasarawa State Ministry of Environment. We also have here Kolawole Awoyenka, Livelihood Specialist, representing the Country Director of Plan International. Here in our presence, we have Malolan Sampath, Chief Marketing Officer, Indorama Element Fertilizer and Chemicals Limited. We also have Dr. Oyorinde Ganiyu Titilope, Head of Agronomy Services, Indorama Eleme Fertilizer and Chemical Limited. You also have Amarachi Kalu, Country Lead, CFYE Nigeria. And we have Joyce Aderili, Country Director, Self-Help Africa. So I also want to let everyone know that tea is served, and for those that are fasting, the snacks are packed and lunch is also packed. But for those that are not fasting this morning, so there's tea outside. So you can do proceed outside in batches, have tea break, and right after a tea break, we'll move into the plenary session. Thank you once more. Tea will beat for about 15 minutes, so please plan to be back by 10:30 to continue the session. So tea break is for 15 minutes, please. Enjoy the music.
All right. Hello, everyone. If I may crave your indulgence. All right, we are starting. If we can settle down, that will be great. So, I bid you all welcome again. Welcome from the tea break. I do hope we had a chance to connect, engage, and start the discussions, right? So, we will be moving on to our next session. But before we do, I would, I'd spoken earlier on about the QR code to scan. If you look at the program of events, there is a QR code, just in case some people missed it the last time I announced. There is a QR code at the bottom right of the program of events. Once you scan it, it takes you to the full events brochure, where you'll have access to all the presentations that have been made here and presentations that will be made here, as well as the bio of organizers. Also, please use can the code come up, please? Earlier on, we had mentioned that we would take questions and also take contributions from people. So if you scan this code, you will be able to put in your questions there. So once you scan the code, or you can just go to vivox.app, you can type in the ID, the same ID you can see on your screen, 113-930-468. And it takes you to the event. Please click on the message icon to type in your questions or your contributions. We're looking forward to, we're here to dialogue, to engage. So asking questions, contributing, that will be a great place to start. So please scan the code, put in your questions and your contributions. We will take that later on. So we will now be going to our first session. We will be looking at the state of the nation, looking at security in Nigeria. And to moderate this session, we'll be having Nelly Ouche. I would quickly run through our bio. Nelly Ouche is a seasoned communications professional with over 2 decades of experience across broadcasts, public relations, and corporate communications. She has a strong track record in developing strategies, managing stakeholder relationships, handling media relations, and overseeing content creation. Nelly excels in crafting and executing communication strategies that enhance organizational influence, foster public engagement, and support data-driven decision-making in key sectors. Currently, she serves as the head of corporate communications at NOI Polls, Nigeria's leading polling and research organization. Additionally, Nelly is the communications coordinator for Afrobarometer in Nigeria. Afrobarometer is a prominent Pan-African research initiative spanning 42 Africans.
And these are the small says on access to finance for farmers, partners, and outgrowers. Tajuddin is currently the manager, access to innovative finance at Haifa International, Nigeria. Prior to his appointment, he was a specialist, access to finance and program manager, Big Sarah Global, and has wide range of experience implementing access to finance across other international development projects in Nigeria. Tajuddin is a chartered member of the Institute of Bankers of Nigeria, NCIB, and a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Commerce of Nigeria, FCICN. Let's put our hands together and welcome Tajuddin Abubakar to the panel. Also on the panel list, we have Zainab Haruna. You're welcome. We have Zainab Haruna. She is the Trees Program Lead at One Acre Funds, Nigeria. Is Zainab here? Okay. All right. Zainab Haruna is the tree lead at One Acre Funds Nigeria, where she spearheads initiatives that integrate sustainable agroforestry into smallholder farming practices. With a strong background in environment and community development, Zainab directs programs that distribute tree seedlings to farmers, enhancing soil health, mitigating the impacts of climate change, and boosting crop productivity. Her innovative approach to climate-smart agriculture not only improves the resilience of rural communities, but also contributes to long-term food security and economic growth. Zainab is committed to fostering partnerships and knowledge exchange among stakeholders, ensuring that sustainable practices become integral to Nigeria's agricultural landscape. Let's put our hands together for Zainab Haruna. Also on the panel is Rufus Idris. He is the country director, Nigeria, Alliance for a Green Revolution in... Okay, you're welcome. Rufus Idris is the country director for Nigeria at the Alliance for a Green Revolution in Africa. He leads initiatives aimed at transforming Nigeria's agricultural sector to enhance food security and promote sustainable livelihoods. Prior to his role at Acre, Rufus served as the Nigerian country director for Heifer International, where he operationalized global strategies to address hunger and poverty in Nigeria. He serves as deputy chief of party for the USAID Feed the Future Nigeria Agribusiness Investment Activity, a program aimed at strengthening the enabling environment for agribusiness finance and investment across key value chains and multiple Nigerian states. Rufus' expertise lies in developing and leading innovative economic development programs that empower smallholder farmers, enhance agricultural value chains, and stimulate market systems improvement. His commitment to sustainable agricultural transformation positions him as a key contributor to discussions on food security and rural development at the One Acre Fund's National Stakeholder Dialogue on Food Security. Let's put our hands together for Rufus. And finally, we have Folusho Adejoro. He is the policy advisor, food security and climate. Did I get your name? Good. Embassy of the Kingdom of the Netherlands in Nigeria. Folusho Adejoro serves as the policy advisor for food security and climate at the Embassy of the Kingdom of the Netherlands in Nigeria. Folusho Adejoro is an experienced agribusiness professional with a decade-long career focused on advancing food security, agricultural trade, and climate resilience across Nigeria and beyond. His expertise spans product and market development, policy advisory, and capacity building efforts within the food system sector. Folusho began his career in agricultural marketing, advancing to the position of marketing manager. He successfully led the branding and market introduction of key farm inputs, including hybrid seeds and environmentally friendly pesticides, contributing to smallholder farmer productivity and resilience. He later took on a commercial manager role where he expanded market access to commodities such as cocoa and derived products, ginger and sesame seed, connecting Nigerian commodities to the global markets. Beyond his professional achievements, Folusho is deeply committed to capacity building and development. His volunteer work with AIESEC includes an HIV/AIDS awareness initiative for school children and introducing a French education SDGs 1, 2, 7, 8, and 13, reflecting his dedication to to sustainable agricultural practices and rural development. Folusho's career and impactful contributions in agribusiness and climate advocacy positions him as a key figure in driving sustainability and development across Africa's agricultural landscape. He holds a bachelor's in agricultural economics from the University of Ilorin, Nigeria, and an MSc in sustainable agriculture and food security from the Royal Agricultural University, United Kingdom. He is the policy advisor on food security and climate at the Embassy of the Kingdom of the Netherlands in Nigeria. Let's put our hands together for him. Thank you for indulging me through these long profiles. We had to see the capabilities of our panelists, and I'm sure they're going to do justice to the conversation today. So you're all welcome. All right, we're going to delve into the vital questions surrounding adaptations, adaptation strategies, the role of technology. We're going to look at government policies and community-driven solutions in mitigating the impacts of climate change on food production. So on this first edition, basically we're looking at the state of the nation, food security, and climate change. But just before we delve into this conversation, I'm going to look at a few findings from some research work that were done. And it's, like I said earlier, climate change, research work that was done on climate change, and another that was done on food insecurity in Nigeria. And the both were conducted by NOI polls in 2024 and 2023, respectively. So the food security poll conducted in 2024 showed that 90% of Nigerians are of the opinion that there is food insecurity in Nigeria. So that establishes the fact that, yes, we have a crisis at hand, and Nigerians are aware that there is a food insecurity issue in Nigeria. When asked what factors most impacted food insecurity in Nigeria, we had 28% that said that insecurity was one of the things that most impacted food security in Nigeria. 16% said unemployment, 12% said bad leadership. Another 9% said increase in fuel prices, and 8% said increased transportation, amongst others. When also asked how do we improve food security in Nigeria, we had 28% who said that there is a need to tackle insecurity. So we see that insecurity reflects in all of this, and it is a vital conversation that we must have. 14% also say improve agricultural policies, which is why we're going to have these conversations today to talk about policies also. 12% said all closed borders, and like I said, this was conducted in 2023, so we're talking about, it was a period where we had closed borders. So we had a percentage, which is 12, that said all closed borders should be open, and 9% said reduce fuel prices. On the other hand, in summary of the climate change poll, which is actually very, very extensive, I can't go into that now. I'll just break it down a little. We see 52% of the respondents attest that climate change in the environment affects their livelihood. So even if we think that it doesn't affect us because we live in Abuja, there are people who live within communities who attest that climate change actually affects them, and that's at 52%. 89% say climate change affects agriculture, and 70% insist that climate change has harmed their communities. Interestingly, 41% say they are confident in government's ability to address climate change. So this is saying that government has a lot of work to do, and Nigerians are confident that they can do something. So we hope that as we have this conversation today, we'll see what government is doing and what they intend to do moving forward. So this is where we start the conversations today as we delve into the questions. All right. I'm going to have an open floor, and I'm hoping that as I ask the questions, we'll have an interactive flow. So, I mean, if you can respond to it, as much as we're trying to work with time, but let's see how we can respond as briefly as possible so that we can have people ask questions. Like I said earlier, there are a lot of stakeholders here, and I'm sure they would like to have ask a lot of questions and also contribute. So I'm going to start with Folusho. So let us even start with an overview of what Nigeria's current food security situation looks like. What does it look like? What are the key indicators that highlight that Nigeria's food security, that highlights Nigeria's food security state?
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for sharing your time with us. I think to address this question, I would like to start by saying, or by assuming we are not all food security professionals in the room, and it's important to lay the ground, right? That food security is when everyone, at all times, so it's all people, all times, have access to safe and healthy food and utilize it for their body requirements. So having said that, what are the things we see in our country today that let us know that there is still food insecurity? It has been mentioned in the room, and I think one of it is that there is a high number of people who are hungry. In the last few months, maybe towards the end of last year, those who are Yorubas will remember the chant of Ebing Power, we are hungry. And I think there is no other index to measure food insecurity than that. The FAO, working with the Nigerian government, releases a report that they call Keda Amonise. And this year, in fact this month, they put the figure for hunger for the lean season, which is, say, March to August. They put that figure at 13 million Nigerians. For context, the whole of the FCT is about 3 million people. So imagine you and everybody you see in Abuja to Gwagwalada to Buhari, everyone you see, that is a tenth of the food insecurity situation in Nigeria. That is more than everyone that lives in Lagos. And this report only covers 26 states and the FCT. So if peradventure they go to all 37, including the FCT, the number could easily go up, right? But there is some hope, right? There is some green light. Last year, that figure was 33 million. So that means if we continue to move at this pace, reducing it about 3 million a year, in 10 years, maybe. But do we have to wait for 10 years? I'll let others add. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Can I have Tajuddin Abubakar speak to this before I move to the next question?
Thank you so much. And I think I would like to, align with what Funsho has said. So the reality is that there's hunger in the land. People are desperate, and that is also increasing the rate of crimes. These are all indicators of challenges to food security in the country. Farmers are really crying about lack of, expensive cost of inputs, cost of fuel. They can't produce. Most farms are getting, abandoned because of the high cost of inputs. It's also a sign indicator of challenges to food security. We've talked about the issue of the insecurity itself, whereby farmers feel threatened to go to their farms and produce food. These are also heightening the rate of food insecurity in the land. So this is just what I would like to contribute here. Thank you.
Okay, from a layman's perspective, we'll probably might ask what's the correlation between climate change? I mean, that the sun is shining too much or that there's deforestation. What is the correlation between climate change and, the food insecurity? So if we look at, from what I said earlier, the climate change poll, that shows that 89% of respondents say changes in climate affects agriculture. How are climate change challenges like temperature, rainfall patterns, things like extreme weather events, how do they influence crop yields and livestock production. I would like Zainab to respond to that.
Okay, thanks, Nadi. I think that it's, in layman terms, it's very obvious the effect of climate change as we can see it. And it's climate change rolls out in how it manifests is different. So extreme weather events could be in the form of, say, what you've mentioned, increased temperatures. I've had a couple of colleagues mention how hot it's been this year and over the years, and even in speaking with farmers maybe on the field, even when you engage with stakeholders on the field and you ask people, and everyone in the room knows 10 years ago, 15 years ago, it wasn't this hot, right? So it's something that is already, we can tell. So high temperatures, we also have change in rainfall patterns where rainfall is now erratic. Average rainfall has reduced. I remember maybe years ago growing up, maybe it would always start raining around March and it would continue raining until October. We aren't seeing that now. And the reality for us in Nigeria is our food production is still largely tied to rain-fed agriculture. Smallholder farmers, at the level that they operate in, they rely on rains to provide water for the crops that they raise. So the direct impact is that if the rains are reducing and the weather is getting hotter, that means the crops on the field are not getting the required amount of, water that they need to be able to produce the yield. Also, we are also seeing, and the way that changing weather events occur differ depending on where you are, for example, in the country. We are seeing heightened temperatures, kind of like in the northern areas. As you go further north, you see really high temperatures, you see droughts, rains don't come. And what happens is that the crops that are on the field wither and die off, right? You're coming towards the middle belt axis, not central here where we are. The effect of that is that as, there's not enough arable land because there's not enough, just to go back a bit, even from the north, you can see desert encroachment is also an outcome from climate change. And the desert is encroaching at the rate of 0.6 kilometers. I think that's kind of like the record. Every year per annum, which means that about over 300,000 hectares of farmlands are being engulfed, right? So it means that where farmers could farm this year, maybe next year they might not be able to farm that because the desert is encroaching. And then what happens is that people are displaced. They have to move, they have to look for new locations to farm. And when you come towards the middle belt, you see heightened clashes between farmers, between herdsmen, all of that conflict, because people are trying to access a resource, land, that is no longer, available as it used to be. So you see that happening. As you move further, going towards the south, you are seeing rising temperatures at sea levels, right? You're seeing a lot more flooding. Last year, places like Lagos, the year before, Lagos was flooded, and we are seeing that happening over and over again. So all of these affects the farmers who rely, especially usually the smallholder farmers, because they have the least resources available to them. They don't have infinite resources. So the land that they have available to them that they are able to cultivate, they are not able to get the yield from it. I think in 2024, just last year, about 17,000 farmlands were affected by flooding. And crop losses are going to come out as a result of that. Drought is also reducing harvests for farmers. So all of these, if we know that our food that is hitting our table is coming from, agricultural practices that are being engaged in by farmers across the country, then of course it's going to, in terms of availability, it's going to reduce. And it's also going to affect affordability because what is available, the price will increase, and then less people will be able to, afford and be able to buy food. Yeah.
Okay, thanks for that clarity. Now we see the correlations. Let's also look at issues around global rise in food prices. Sometimes we want to wonder if what happens in the other end of the world, how it affects us here. And a lot of times we talk about the Russia and Ukrainian war and how that affects us. And one begins to wonder, how is it our business? So how does the global food price, rise in food price, I would like that Rufus would respond to this. How does it affect us in Nigeria?
Thank you so much. I first want to say that I have a lot of my very senior colleagues and experts in the room, so we're not here to lecture anyone. We're just here to discuss. We've had this discussion before. Let's talk about what's actually happening on the field and how are we seeing progress or are we not moving at all? So I want to just quickly add before I go to that question that earlier we'll talk about the food security situation of status of Nigeria. Yes, it's a very serious situation. Yes, we've seen a lot of scary data and figures, but of course there are some good news in between there, which I believe at some point we'll talk about what progress we are seeing from the work that the likes of One Acre Fund is doing, that Acre is doing, that AIFDC, that all organizations that are here are doing in your respective field. But in one hand, you're trying to produce food to address this issue. You want to increase production, increase productivity. You also want to reduce the post-harvest loss level that we currently experience in the country. As you're doing that on one side, now you have the biggest in the history of mankind, the challenge that we all face as developing organization working in this space, climate change issues, which is bringing a lot of barrier, like I just explained, to producing food, affecting every layer, starting from even the soil where you grow the food. Soil nutrient is depleting very, very fast because of the impact of climate change on the soil. And now you need to do more to ensure that your soil can even produce the kind of food that we want to produce. Most times also we're seeing fruits and vegetables that are actually losing or changing composition of their nutrient because of the impact of climate change on those fruits and the likes. We're also seeing within that space that livestock, the issue we see with farmer header crisis, largely it's a climate change problem. She mentioned earlier about the high drought in the north. A livestock owner wants to ensure I can get water and pasture. If I can't get water and pasture in the northern part of the country, I'm forced to move down south to anywhere I can feed my animal. In the process of doing that, I meet people that are actually growing food somewhere else, and the clash continues to happen within that space. So it's a very terrible situation, and climate change is putting more pressure on that particular space. The fear that we have, like I was explaining, is that Nigeria is one of the most vulnerable countries to climate change impact. And the way it stands, it seems like we are not that as much ready. In the world, it's been said that in Africa, it's going to cost about 60% of Africa's GDP to address climate change issue. In Nigeria, it will cost 6 to 30% of our GDP, about $460 billion US dollars, to address the impact of climate change by 2050. So in terms of the growing or high rate of food prices around the world impacting us, of course, yes, it is, because we have a very high growing population, 200 million plus people. We are going to 440 million by 2050. We cannot feed ourselves right now. We have to rely on importing a lot of food. About $22 billion or plus is spent on importing food. So if those food prices increase anywhere in the world and you have to import from there, of course we're going to feel the heat in country in Nigeria as an impact. Look, we talk about the Russia-Ukraine war. We import a lot of our fertilizers, for instance, coming from those axes. The high cost of fertilizer alone has made production of food in Nigeria very, very expensive and out of reach. So it's adding to food insecurity, it's adding to food price here in Nigeria. The cost of wheat has increased because of the Ukraine and Russia war. And we know how we eat so much bread. Every family here probably have bread somewhere in the house for your kids to eat. So the cost of bread has gone up more than 200% or 300% in the last couple of months. And those are the impact that we see because it's a global village. We import a lot of food. We have no choice than to feel the heat when we cannot get those things produced by ourselves. But of course, on the other side, before now, I would say most times why we are struggling to also reduce importation. The landing cost of importing food into Nigeria sometimes is cheaper than producing that food in Nigeria because the cost of production is still high for us in the country that we must bring down to ensure that productivity goes up. Otherwise, we'll still be in between, still struggling within that space. So I'll just, for the sake of time, I want to stop there.
I guess that's where policy is also come to play, to be able to bring down those costs. So I'll still go back to Zainab. We looked at relocation for a lot of people. The smallholder farmers have a lot of challenges, and one of it is that they have to leave where they are. The poll has said that. The poll said NY Post Climate Change report that they know 40 respondents know someone or have or have had to relocate due to climate change related issues. They know someone or they have had to relocate, and that's 49%. So what are the immediate, what we're looking for here are solutions, as it were. So if we have a 49%, which is pretty large, saying that they've had to relocate or they know someone who had to relocate because of issues around climate change, what should we be doing to address issues like that, issues of displacements caused by climate change?
Thanks. I think that, so we could possibly address that in two ways. So displacement is an effect coming out of climate change, right? Climate change is the cause. First, we would have to address both the cause and also the effect as well. One of the things that, from my work that I'm doing at 1 Acre Fund, one of the things that we're trying to do is address the cause. We are seeing we've seen in the past a large amount of deforestation occurring in Nigeria. And so the mandate is, how can we actually get trees back into the ground? Because we know that trees are one of the most effective ways, planting trees is one of the most effective ways to address climate issues, because they act as carbon sinks. And so they can help to mitigate the impact, right? So what we are trying to do is to get as many trees as possible into the ground, have them cared for, and have them grow so that they can, for the long term, they can help curb this effect, so that this pace that we're seeing, it diminishes over time, right? We've been able to, I know that it's been mentioned before, but last year alone, we were able to plant around 6 million trees. We gave about 6 million trees to farmers that they planted. This year, we're looking to do double that number. The idea of that is, over time, as farmers continue to plant that through agroforestry, plant it on their farmland, it means that it helps, it does different things. Some of the species that we give, like Albizia and Pacea, they are nitrogen fixing. So they are helping to support, my co-panelist mentioned leaching, a loss of nutrients in the soil. So we are trying to support that through the species that we're giving to farmers. It's serving as windbreak, it's curbing erosion, and it's also helping to address the encroaching effects of the desert approach. So that's addressing from the cost side things. From the effect side of things, I think that we are seeing, even though we're talking about all of the different challenges now, we do know that the government is proactive and is committed to addressing some of the issues as we are seeing them. There are a number of policies and programs that have been implemented or are currently in implementation across the country to help address these issues. We have Acre, which is the agroclimatic resilience in semi-arid locations, which is targeting, I think it's operational in about 19 countries in northern Nigeria, and the goal is land space management. So we are looking at, even in locations where we've seen erosion, gully erosion has washed away the land, farmers no longer have access to it, they are not able to utilize it for production, etc. We have active work in those communities to restore those lands so that farmers can go back and use that. And there is significant work that is being done around that area, and we're seeing achievements in that. Nigeria is also rolling out, is also part of the commitment to plant. I think there's an Africa-wide commitment to plant 100 million trees. Nigeria is part of that, and we are committed to planting, I think, about 4 million hectares actually of farmland to actively plant trees. So there are, even the National Agricultural Policy also has provisions for climate smart agriculture incorporated in there as well. And there are, even with the different stakeholders in the room, I know that different people are also implementing different sustainable agricultural practices at their level to address this. So there is activity currently going on widespread across the entire country to address both causes and the effects as well. And the idea is, or the expectation is that we are able to restore some of these communities where farmers have been displaced out of back to where they are, so that farmers can then return back to their communities and can then continue to utilize their farmlands to produce food for themselves and for the country.
All right, I like that you're talking about these initiatives and policies. Are there any other national policies that we should be looking at regarding food security and climate change?
Thank you so much. So I want to also say that, yes, it's always easy for us to criticize our government subnational level, but the government is also doing a lot. And at least, are we doing enough? I would say no. Are we going as fast? I would say no, but we're doing something. So I would say, for instance, it started with the government, first of all, even identifying this as one of the 8-point agenda of the federal government, that food security should be a priority on the agenda. It was important. The second part was to even declare state of emergency in food security. It's another important one, to at least say we're giving it priority at that level of the presidency. To also go ahead and say we're even changing our Federal Ministry of Agriculture to be called Federal Ministry of Food Security. It's showing some level of intentionality, right? We talked about the issue of security being a major problem. The federal government launched the the Forest Ranger or Agro Ranger program, which the idea was to see how we can make our forest or our bush safer, so farmers can go back to farm. How much we've gone, how successful we are is another story entirely to talk about in that particular space. There's also a very serious issue about soil health that we talked about earlier, that depleting soil health. I know right now, I was in a meeting 2 days ago of the federal government trying to launch the Soil Health Card program, which is largely a program channel and focused towards addressing the soil health issue in the country, which I believe is a good thing in the right direction. There's also establishment of the Nigerian Agricultural Development Fund to see, yes, we have the Ankobra program that happened the way it went. We had some issues here and there, but we still need someone to continue to finance and support that particular space. And NADF is doing some interesting work also within that space to see how to address critical issues within there. There's the NAGS program, the Agro Pocket. So there's a lot of programs that are happening also at that level to support that space and ensure that there's policy. Let's now leave the federal level. Let's go to state level. It would be injustice for us to talk here and not appreciate the effort of the Niger State government. Niger State government is leading a big revolution in agricultural transformation space in Nigeria, either around mechanization, supporting farmers with input, financing farmers, ensuring people are, linking them to market, bringing a lot of other anchor farms to come and support farmers in that space. That's also been done in other states. Nasarawa State is there. Kaduna is doing something. Jigawa State, also down south as well. We have a lot of state, Oyo, Ogun, and the likes doing a lot of work. So I see a lot of things happening at that point, but I think we need more better coordination. How does this policy and this work on the government side have that handshake with what's being done on the other side by development partners, by private sector partners, to ensure sustainability in the long run, and to ensure, like the speaker earlier talked about the 1 Acre Fund programming. He talked about the opportunity for partnership and leverage, that if 1 Acre Fund alone can do XY for social number of 400,000 farmers or so, can we now accumulate all the effort here to really show true impact of what we can do? But the good news from all this work, from all partners and the government, is that as at last year, we talked about 21% of Nigerians being faced with severe food insecurity. There's a recent food security monitor that's about to be released by Acre across Nigeria. We've made an improvement of 1%. That's 2.1 million Nigerians have moved out of being in severe food insecurity. It's something to celebrate. It's small, but it shows that all this little effort here and there, it's working. How do we accelerate that impact will be the next question. Thank you.
All right.
I'm just going to add 2 things. One, from the federal government, the National Agency for the Great Green Wall. I think they are doing quite a good job in the northern part of the country, especially because that's where we are seeing this very fast, rapid deforestation and soil degradation happening. The second thing is, last year, the Dutch government launched a new program. It's the biggest fund in the Sahel, and is the longest had in food security and climate in Nigeria, which will run for 10 years in all the 19 states of the country. So the premise of that was, we can find out in this instance what a kilogram of cocoa costs or what a ton of ginger costs, but what is the value of the soil that actually grows our food? what is the value of 1 kg of topsoil? Exactly. We've not put a value to it. So Soil Values, the name of the program, will work for the next 10 years to educate farmers, to plant more trees, to address the causes of, the effects of climate change, and help to protect and increase soil health.
All right, I like that we've talked about what is going on at the subnational levels. So beyond what the federal government is doing, at the subnational levels, we are seeing a lot of work being done, and that's kudos to the state governments and all of that. And like the country director had said earlier, he said, it's a collective effort. So I think all hands has to be on deck if this has to work. And we're also looking at issues around private public partnerships and all of that. And I think we're going to delve into that at some point. So I like that we're pushing the conversation to that end. But I'm going to go back again to Zainab. I would like you to talk about the CSAs, that's the climate smart agriculture, and how it can be used to help mitigate the risk of climate change in Nigeria's agricultural sector.
Okay, thanks. So, in looking at climate smart agriculture is really a system to help. So the interesting thing is that food production, agricultural practices have been identified as one of the biggest contributors to climate change. And then the effects of climate change then comes back and affects food production. So it's kind of like a cycle, right? So what we want to do, or what we want to achieve through climate smart agriculture, is to ensure that our production system is still intact, that we are able to produce the food to meet the demands of the population, right, of the people. But in doing that, we also want to do that in a sustainable way that doesn't contribute to greenhouse gas emissions, and also that our farmers remain resilient against any impacts that could possibly come from climate change. So it has kind of like those three mandates, right? Ensure food production, sustainable food production, ensure that farmers and farms stay resilient, and also reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And there are different approaches that can be employed to help to bring about in implementing climate smart agriculture. There are different approaches that can be used. One of them could be through agroforestry, which is the practice of planting trees alongside other crops on farmers' fields. That's one of the key things that we advocate, that I kind of advocate in my work, the farmers that we work with, providing them with tree seedlings that they can plant and take care of on their fields. There's also other things that could also be explored as well. For example, even taking care of the soils, right? Would explore maybe cover cropping, for example, crop rotation, because one of the things that we see come out of climate change is that because, for example, now we're seeing that the weather is so hot, it's also increasing the incidence of pests and diseases on the farmland, right? Last year, we lost quite a lot of food produced to incidence of crops, incidence of pests and diseases on the farmland. So if you apply something like crop rotation, for example, and you change the crops that you're planting on a specific field, it reduces the incidence of those crops, because it doesn't provide that stable environment for those crops for those pests to continue to attack farmlands. So it's a combination of all of those different practices that then is encompassed and is put all under climate smart agriculture. We have seen different commitments, like I mentioned, in the different policies that have been rolled out by the government. We are seeing also partners that are also implementing similar practices as well. The goal now is to ensure that these practices, farmers are aware of them. And that's also another area, unfortunately, that we are also seeing a bit of challenge. The farmer access to training, because of the shortage of extension agents that we have available. I think in Nigeria it's something around one extension agent to 5,000 farmers. Yeah, so it's really, the gap is really huge, as opposed to the ideal, which would be 1 to 1,000 maybe, right? And so these trainings, farmers being aware of them and adopting them in their everyday practices on their farmland is something that would, if we are able to achieve it en masse, we can see actually real turnaround in terms of, our food production and food availability as well. You mentioned earlier, you talked about insecurity being, something that has been flagged in locations. But in addition to insecurity, there's also kind of like also land tenure, systems in Nigeria. And so one of the challenges that you are likely to encounter when you go into the field and try to train farmers on kind of like this practice. So plant trees, for example, if a farmer doesn't own the land, they are less likely to adopt that practice because they'll be like, well, I'm only renting this place so I can plant my maize, which is a short-term crop, so I can harvest it and then move forward. They are less likely to adopt those kind of long-term practices, which will bring around, the key results that we want to see. So even in having these conversations, it's different elements feeding in that we also have to unpack, right? Dimension, which is really the purpose of this panel, and then try to identify how can we address kind of like these different issues coming out.
Yeah, Tajuddin, you wanted to add to this?
Yeah, so I would like to say something in regards to what you say. So when you talk about climate smart agriculture, you see, you also need to also look at what are the climate smart technologies, because you really can't do agriculture these days without, integrating technology. So there are a lot of technologies there out there, renewable energy solutions out there that you can actually leverage. And when you do that, you are not only addressing also the issue of climate itself, climate change, but you are also addressing issue of food security, increasing the profit of the farmer, and as well as ensuring that there is that security in terms of the global food security. Now, for example, what we are currently doing with farmers is promoting the solar-powered irrigation pumps, and this is one key technology that you need to adopt, because that will give that farmers the opportunity to produce crops all year round. And it also saves, the greenhouse emission that we already know that the fossil fuel pumps have. And that is also one way that the farmers on their own can even earn carbon credits by adopting this kind of technology. So these are some of the things that I would just like to say. That paradigm shift needs to take place from what we currently are doing with the fossil fuel, pumps to the renewable energy pumps. Thank you.
All right, I like that we're talking about technologies here. So apart from what you had said earlier, are there other technologies that we can deploy or that can be deployed that, would help farmers? What should we be looking at? I mean, we are in the age of technology. What should we be doing? Do we have anyone who is?
So I think that the basis of the food we grow starts with seed. And the right seed could play a very big impact. I think just using the right seed alone has been proven to increase yields by, say, 25% to 30%, the FAO reports from last year. So in a case where there is drought, we have this rain gap during the course of the season. If the farmer, for instance, had gone with a drought-resistant seed, you would see that the impact on the productivity of that crop is greatly reduced. And 25% as an impact is huge. Imagine if the crop were to wilt and die. So I think, hybrid seed, these improved seeds play a big role in resilience of crops and then the livelihoods of the farmers themselves. Another big point is the use of data. So when you hear smart, I think the first thing that comes to your mind is the use of data. In greenhouses that produce horticultural products, tomatoes, peppers, in the southwest of the country, for instance, there are, equipment in the greenhouse that can measure moisture, the dryness of the soil, and even trap insects, tell you the density. So we need to scale up the use of these technologies, seed, greenhouse technologies, and equipment that monitor the general welfare of our farms.
How available are these technologies, and how available and accessible are they to the farmers?
I think they are quite available. I can't speak to the level of the affordability. I think that's a separate conversation. Next week in Lagos, there will be the Agro-Food Fair, and a few Dutch companies, 14 Dutch companies will actually participate in the Dutch pavilion this year. One of them is Copat, which this is their own, using biotechnology to actually monitor farms and even greenhouses, so both outdoor and indoor production. So yeah, we need to talk about the affordability, the scaling in its use and adoption, but in terms of availability, I would say yes, these equipments are available. Of course, hybrid seeds are also quite available, but you can't speak to the level of adoption by our farmers.
Okay, so from all of this conversation, we see that there are a lot of gaps. There are policies, yes. There are a lot of initiatives, yes. I'd want us to, like I said, we're not here to talk about the problems, but let's identify what they are and see how we can find solutions to them. So what are the gaps, as it were, that we see in the implementation of all of those policies and programs that, are being rolled out? Tajudeen, would you like to respond to that?
Can you please come again?
Say again.
Can you just come again?
Yes, the gaps within, the policies, there are a lot of, bright policies and initiatives and all of that. However, there are still gaps within all of this. In terms of implementation, in terms of how all of these are structured, what are the gaps as relates to the farmers that we see, despite all of the policies and all the initiatives that we see?
So I think, you see, policies are meant, especially agricultural policies, are meant to go deep down so that the farmers can benefit. But I think the problem has to do with the problem of implementation and seeing it through implementation, that those policies are fully implemented to the letter. And if that is not done, I think we'll continue to have those gaps.
Why are those not done?
Yeah, because the challenges is, there are also the issue of funding. When you roll out, policies and there's no proper funding to back it up, then you have issues. Then when you also roll out policies and there are no structures, for example, you don't have the manpower, you don't have the structures in place, you don't, bring in the private sector partners, because policies are meant, produced by the government. But then, sometimes you need the private sector to back up those kind of policy implementation. So that handshake needs to happen so that proper implementation will take place.
So which means there has to be a lot of synergy between the government
Absolutely.
and the people implementing, as it were. All right, so I'm trying to just wrap up so that we have the audience ask questions. I think the major questions are going to come from the audience. We've talked about data and research very briefly. I want us to look at research institutions. I know they're very pivotal to this conversation, because a lot of times for you to even know what is going on, there has to be some level of data collection and research going on. How can we better collaborate with maybe research organizations, the government, to generate actionable, research that informs food security, so that you know what? So when you're planning policies, like what you had said, if government is putting up policies and they have not had conversations with major stakeholders, that's why we have all of the back and forths, So in terms of research institutions or working with research, what should we be looking at? Working with researchers, getting data out, what are the mechanisms on ground? Are there things that are in existence at the moment?
Yes, so research institutions, if you go there now, they have quite a lot of very wonderful, discoveries and, technologies and even, solutions there. But I can tell you that those solutions are just there. They're just there in the archives. And simply because, just what I said has not happened. You know, there has to be that deliberate effort to look at how do we bring out those solutions that have been, you know, developed by research institutions and commercialize them. You know, commercialization is one key. You know, let me just tell you a typical example. We met this young entrepreneur that saw a gap in the currently how the solar power irrigation is happening in the farms. So those young guys were able to develop, you know, construct a cart that houses the panel and also houses the pump. Very beautiful initiative. As an implementing organization, we saw value creation, and we took the risk to commercialize the production of this equipment. And as I speak to you now, we are already beginning to see crowding in effect of other organizations and other individuals coming. So there has to be somebody that will have to spearhead and drive and take that risk and commercialize. And there has to be that proper backing from the government and other stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tajuddin. I think you're actually spot on. So when you asked about the gap earlier, these are some of the gaps that we see. The gap between what is coming up from the research institution, IITL, this world, there are institutions that are generating a lot of improved technology or innovation, but now farmers don't have access to them. So you asked earlier, you said that are these things easily accessible or affordable to the farmers? Not all climate smart practices actually needs to be expensive. Some are just simple crop rotation. Some are simple intercropping, putting legumes in between just to reduce water running off or erosion within the space. But for the ones that have not really worked, for instance, last season, NIMET gave an advisory that we're going to have a delayed and short rainy season, that farmers should plant early maturing seed. How many farmers know where to access early maturing seed? Maybe farmers that are within donor-funded programs that can access them. Today, in this country, if only we can get farmers to adopt more of the improved high-yielding seed, climate-tolerant or climate-resilient seed alone, we can address the gap in our food production. We have it that about 10% or less of our farmers are actually adopting improved variety, because it could be issue of not being able to access them, affordability issues here and there. So it comes down to the issue again of saying, how do we take such innovation around seed to get farmers to adopt it? Farmer, of course, needs some kind of financing or investment in them to accept it. The minister last year was really furious that going around research institutions, you see a lot of innovations, a lot of work that has been done, but it's on the shelf. They will show you on their screen. It's not here, and the farmer addressing issues here. So how do we get them from there to there? It involves a lot of investment. That's why we're talking to government seriously about how do we even ensure that we adhere to, for instance, the Maputo or the Malabo Declaration of saying, let's invest 10% at least of our annual budget on agriculture. The government, we're currently doing around 2%. I know that this recent approved budget, there's some increase. Our budget increased for about 127% increase in current budget for agriculture. But it's still ranging around that below standard. But now the question is, what are we spending the budget on? That's what we're asking government now. It's in agriculture, yes. Are we spending it in the right place that can yield the right kind of result that we want to see towards food security, towards addressing climate challenges and the likes, are going to be those kind of contexts within that space?
Yeah, so that brings me to the next question, because if we're talking about funding, and we are saying government and private sector, and there should be funding, we're also looking at, what mechanisms should we be looking at that, should be put in place to enhance things like accountability, accountability in both the management and the distribution of these resources that government allocate, or that, the donor community or those giving how do we get to a point where these things are accountable, there is some level of accountability, and the distribution gets to the people that they need to get to? That I think that also brings us to also advocacy also. To what extent do we even have these advocacies? to what extent do the farmers even understand this? So how do we get to them, to get that messages across to them and get these things, these initiatives across to them?
Okay, if you want. Okay, so I'll start then before Taju hands. Primarily in Nigeria, I think people see us as a funding organization, as a donor, because we don't actually implement any programs directly. And I think we also fund One Acre Fund, which is good. I think it behoves on us as a people to just see the priority in making sure our country is self-sufficient in food security. I think that some organizations, I know that some organizations are required to submit audits and all of that, but it's still the people that would implement on the ground. So I think it's a call on everyone, wherever we see ourselves within the food system space, to understand that this is an initiative or a call that is bigger than us. It's a call to serve our nation. It's that simple for me, or I would imagine it is simple.
All right, so if I were an investor and I'm in this house, speak to me, sell this business to me. I mean, what should I be looking at? In what areas should we be looking at investing?
What area should we be looking at to invest in? No, first of all, I think the first thing you need to do is even have confidence in even the structure. For example, I'm investing in the agricultural space, and what value chain am I, and who are the stakeholders? You know, because at the end of the day, you are now looking at who am I going to be working with? You know, so those that are players within the sectors that you are going to play, work with, ensure that do you have that confidence? Do they have that structure? You know, the structure in place, for example, the farmer-owned business, agribusiness, organizations, what kind of structure do they have? Because at the end of the day, whatever you are bringing or you are investing, they are the ones that will definitely produce, and they are the beneficiaries, and you are also going to benefit. So those structures that you have, because eventually now whether you cannot deal with individual farmers, you have to look at farmer-owned business, agribusiness groups, cooperatives and the rest. So what kind of structure do you have? And the kind of structure that we have is it a structure that can give you that confidence and that is accountable? Do they have the necessary registration? Do they have the necessary registration? Do they have the leadership structure? Do they have the financial records? So these are key things that you look at, and it gives you that confidence, because those are the tangibles for you to look at. And when you look at it and you are able to access those things, it gives you that confidence to invest in the sector.
All right, we're wrapping up this session at the moment.
Could I add just a few things to that?
In 1 minute.
So if we are taking off from the plane where we understand that most of the food, because our conversation is around security, food security, and we've identified that 80% of the food that's produced within the country comes from smallholder farmers. Farmers that farm less than 5 acres. Then our imperative would be, how do we support those people who are largely responsible for producing the bulk of the food that we eat, to ensure that there's access, there's availability, and there are specific challenges that they face, right? Access to market, access to credit, access to training. It's if we invest in those areas and we ensure that the food that is being produced, we have market linkages for the smallholder farmers where they get premium pricing for what they produce, they have adequate training, and they have access to credit, because Yusuf mentioned earlier that these things are available, but how many farmers can afford? If it can be produced on credit where they are able to access and then pay back over time, then at least we take away some of those hurdles that limit access for farmers. I think another thing that we also haven't mentioned is infrastructure, right? Roads. We see a lot of loss. What is produced is lost. We have about 50% of our fruits and vegetables are lost every year because we don't have adequate storage, capacity. So if we are able to set up, put some money or put some funding around setting up proper storage for the food that we do actually produce, so that we're not losing, right? Currently, we're using more than 3 billion of what what we produce. If we are able to secure that, then it means that what is produced actually does land on the tables of of people. And also, in lots of the areas that we work, I don't know about some of the partners that are sitting around, but a lot of the areas that we work, it's really difficult getting access to those farmers. They are really cut off from, because telephony, even mobile telephony coverage is really difficult. I don't know if it's your experience, but in some of the places that I work, we have like one household one person in the household that has a phone, because telephony is not, so they don't prioritize having a phone. And if you don't have a phone, how do you connect to markets, to stakeholders outside of your community? So that, setting up those structures, ensuring that road networks are in place, mobile telephony coverage is addressed, so that these farmers can be able to even access, markets and resources without being limited by where they are. I think those are some areas that I think if we are able to focus on and put some focus and diverse resources to, we would be able to see some changes.
All right, we're going to take questions at this point, but just before we do that, in 30 seconds, I would want us to just take the mic round. What are the what should be key priorities for us with regards to food security in Nigeria at the moment and climate resilience policies? What should be the key priorities for the next 5-10 years? In 30 seconds.
So for me, I think we need, especially the private sector has to play a role here. Sincerely, we can't just allow, or just fold our hands and allow just government to, we need to really support the government. And the way we can do that is we need to really take special interest in those policies of the government and directly, work towards partnering with them. And even within the private sector players and the development organizations, and see how do we work together. Gone are the days where we should continue to work in silos. Working in silos will not give us the desired result. We just have to come together and prioritize. When the one of the presenters was talking about 75 stakeholders coming together. That's an excellent thing. We really need to see how do we come together, and align our objectives and see how we can push the agenda forward.
Thank you very much. Zainab.
Thank you. I'll do a +1 on the collaboration that he's talked about, and also in terms of climate change, focusing on putting our monies where our mouth is, basically to say that if we've identified that a lot of the challenges that we're seeing in terms of our food production, food supply, food availability, access to food is being affected by issues that we're seeing with the changing climate, then it's important that we focus on addressing that imperatively, immediately. And what would that look like? It would be, again, stakeholders coming together, public, private, and also communities, because we cannot design solutions for these communities when they are not in the room. I'm very happy that in One Acre Fund, that's one of the areas we prioritize, where we have members of the community, we design the solutions with them, they support us to help to pass the message on to their people, so that way we know uptake is secure. So I think designing, but also ensuring that community are also a part of that designing process, so that when it comes to implementation, it will be seamless. Yeah.
Fantastic.
So my take will be that we have seen quite some remarkable improvements over the last few years. So how do we scale it? Should it take us 10 years, or can we do 2 years? Food for thought.
All right.
Okay, so for me, I'll look at 3 critical things. One, we want to ensure that we can feed ourselves. If we must feed ourselves, it means we must improve on production and productivity level. So how do we ensure that we're supporting that aspect of things to be able to produce more and also reduce all the wastages that we currently have to be where we are investing in? The agricultural sector, for instance, only grew by less than 2% in 2024. We need to do more going forward if we want to really achieve that. Then let's not see the sector as just agricultural sector. This is at the food system. You see, as the food system, you see more of the interconnected nature of the entire system, and we can better address issue. The second part is that, yes, our food system was able to confront climate change challenges. So if we must do that, like she mentioned earlier, if 80% of our farmers are smallholder farmers, and they produce 90% of the food that we consume in Nigeria, then we should promote more climate-smart agricultural practices for them. Make it affordable, make it reachable, make them able to access that, to address and confront, otherwise we won't be able to go anywhere in this process. And I think the last part is about how do we reduce emission also within that space. The agricultural system or the food system also emit a lot. About one third of that emission that comes globally come from that particular space, importantly from livestock, importantly. So how do we also ensure that we also keep emission low, otherwise we're still contributing to the main cause that we're trying to address for in that particular space.
Great, thank you very much. It has been a very interesting conversation. So we're going to allow the stakeholders in the house. Like I said, I'm glad with the level of stakeholders that we have in this house. It looks like everybody is involved in what we're doing here. So we'd like to have contributions. So, okay, so just signify, you introduce yourself, tell us your name and the organization that you represent, and we'll take the questions. So we'll take 2 questions, respond to them, then we'll take another 2 so that we don't lose track of it. Please make it as brief as possible, 30 seconds, please. Thank you.
The co-founder, Lanov. It's been quite an interesting conversation, and thank you so much to the panelists. But I would like us to begin to reflect on some of the emerging challenges that smallholder farmers are facing. Yes, you talked about climate change and the rest. You can't talk about food security in Nigeria without looking at insecurity itself. Most of our farmers are not able to go to the farms because of insecurity. Then we also look at the cases where fire outbreaks also affect them. Was it yesterday or 2 days ago that a rice mill burnt down? So we need to begin to look at those things. Where are we coming together? Where is government coming in to provide the enabling environment? Where will the private sector, the civil society organizations come in? We really need to begin to highlight so much around these emerging challenges that smallholder farmers play. And I also encourage, it's good to have this panel, but if it's possible, future conversations, let's also have the smallholder panel, because it's he who...
I'll take the question that was directed at 1 Acre Fund, and maybe Melindy is here. Melindy can also respond. So yes, you are right that Africa, in terms of contribution to the emissions, our contributions are less significant compared to more industrialized countries. That is a fact, but it's also a fact that regardless of what we are contributing, communities being displaced, we are seeing farmers losing access to arable farmland, we are seeing food production and food supply being affected as a result. So the context in which we are discussing it here is looking at how it's affecting our farmers and looking at how we can mitigate that, how stakeholders can come together and mitigate that for our farmers, right, and for our communities. But everything else that he has said is valid. I know that some of the things that we've also, we are working on in some of the 1 Acre Fund countries, not yet in Nigeria, is how to even support smallholder farmers to start earning carbon credits. So when they plant the trees that they plant and they take care of them and they have them grow, they can benefit from the carbon market by earning from the trees that they raise. So we have that operational in about 4 of our countries in 1 Acre Fund, and we are still doing some research in Nigeria to see whether that is something that we can also roll out for our farmers here.
That's interesting work 1 Acre is doing. Well done. All right, next, let's take... Okay.
Hi, my name is Echifu Samson Chidozie, and I'm into agribusiness. I have a few questions. And first, I must thank the representatives of the Netherlands for the program they are running with IITA Youth in Agribusiness, which I'm one of them, the partaker. So my question is, how do we bring in the youth into leveraging the gap we face between production and processing? Because we have a lot of losses if you go around the day-to-day axis where we offload most from the north and then massacre. You find out that we have a lot of wastage. Most of our tomatoes come into Abuja as Baje, what the Yoruba call Baje. So how do we bring in the youth? A lot of the youth are eager to do great things, and that's why I commended IITA, the YES project, for their initiative. So how are we working on that? And then how do we bring in what they call it, dry season farming? Because in Nigeria here, in Abuja, we only eat corn during dry season, rainy season, right? That's when we have access to some basic foods. While in other countries, as a student, I saw this kind of food always. There's no season for a particular kind of crop, but how do we mitigate with that? And then, how do we also take advantage of the southern Nigeria? I went to Calabar last year, and I found out that landing in Calabar during the dry season, everywhere was green. How can we take advantage of these regions? Most of these things happening here don't happen in the east. I come from the eastern Nigeria. You don't hear such things in the east. The average Igbo boy in the east doesn't know this. So how do we bring in these young persons, I'm advocating for the youth because of the benefits of agriculture and how we can impact agriculture. So this question is to the Netherlands representative and also to the young lady who is the only female representing in the panel. Thanks so much.
Thank you. So that's youth inclusion. Can we have the lady at the back, please? Okay.
I'm a man, not a lady, please. Thank you very much. I am Usman Idris Bogan, Permanent Secretary, Minister of Environment, Niger State. I want to talk like a farmer. I'm a farmer now. Honestly speaking, submission made by this panelist is apt. But then, does it stop here? One thing I know with Nigerians is that we are good in profiling solutions, policies. When it comes to actual implementation, there are always issues. Now, somebody has just mentioned, the woman here, that there's no farmer in that panel. And that has been our mistake consistently. We want to plan. Ab initio don't involve the beneficiaries. So for us to checkmate these excesses, farmers must be the government. For other partners are succeeding. Because they go to the farmers' doors, plan with them, implement with them, and just make sources. One of the things we can do as a government is for us to ensure that our planning takes effect at the of the farmers in terms of implementation and to the end result. Now, I was also wondering, when Zena Bisia, you talk about issue of gender inequality. How does that increase food insecurity in Nigeria, for example? Not Nigeria State. Now, you can see that when you take the agricultural activities as a whole, women play a very huge role. When it comes in terms of accessing funds, resources, even making decisions, they are silenced. This actually contributes to food insecurity. Now, in terms of policy somersault, something must be done here. We have found time and time again, government will become a very good government. This policy died. What can we do as a country to ensure that policies that are good must be continued by succeeding government? Something must be brought out clearly there. And of course, in terms of post-harvest handling, we have got a lot of huge, wastages in industries. We should be looking towards that. But go to our rural areas now, you see a lot of wastages, food wastages. Basically, farmers are not equipped. They don't have that capacity.
I like the gender dimension you brought into this. I mean, if women are majorly the people who are being included in, the policies and communications. Yes, the next person, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. So thank you to the panelists. They've talked to us a lot about some challenges and what government is the point of view of a financier to the agribusiness chain. And one thing I've realized over time is most of the policy makers and discussions are centered around addressing the smallholder farmers as smallholder farmers. And they are not recognizing them or making them understand the fact that this is a business and not just survival. When you make a person have the perception that I'm just doing this for survival, he's not likely to put in his best. He's not likely to address everything that will make the business successful. as a bank or as a financier, we will, no matter how emotional I want to get about food security in Nigeria, I'm playing with the funds of investors. I'm playing with the funds of people who have come to, to save what they feel they've worked so hard for. So when I want to invest in a business, whether you're a smallholder farmer or a large-scale farmer, you have to show me that this is a viable business. So one of the things I think should be addressed by stakeholders, that is from the side of the DFIs, that's the development organizations, is when they do the trainings, it's not just about the training for the crop and how it yields. They need to give them financial training such that this is seen as a project. You have to have the input and then recognize all the chains you have to go through, all the steps, the costs of the entire project, and then analyze your results at the end. So there should be trainings. One of the gaps, one of the ways to address the success of this is to give them training on taking this as a business and not a survival input. Second, you mentioned that you've been supporting planting of trees to improve soil health and some other things. I want to.
Please wrap up with the question.
Yes, I want to know if some of the trees that are being planted are economic trees. Because when you plant economic trees, I believe that the farmers will take care of them better, and then it will yield more for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to take just 2 more questions, please, because we need to wrap up this session and move to the next session. I'm sure at the end of it, we'll still have time to ask more. The panelists respond to them, and we'll move on to the next. So,
yeah, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I just want to stand on the existing protocols, but taking my discussion from what she already talked about. My name is Ruth Saleh Azad. I work with East West Seed Knowledge Transfer. It's a foundation that we work with smallholder farmers in Kaduna, Kano, working in Sokoto in the coming days. From my own perspective, I just wanted to also talk about farming as a business, and then also looking at it, that what do we have within the locality that we can start working on? What are the little things within the smallholder farmers locality that he can bring in as an innovation to improve his yield, and then also have a good ROI? So just linking it with what she's already talking about. The part of the practices we give to farmers are the use of trellising. Trellising, I do not want to talk about the technicalities, but we know that is also part of the post-harvest handling method, that the farmer is able to get good produce and is able to take to the market. Then we talk about mulching and so many other things that are readily available, that when the farmer also puts into his farm, he retains moisture, add nutrients to the soil, and also being able to get some produce from the soil. Then also buying from my dear brother. The productivity, it's also in Kaduna and Kano State, is geared mostly to the males. So I really like the fact that he's bringing in women in terms of how do we bring in women in this in the entire system to have more productivity and then also have more sales. So thank you very much.
All right, let's take the last.
Okay. My name is Garba Rosha Mohammed, the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Environment and Natural Resources, Nasarawa State. I want to talk on bridging the gap. In Nasarawa State, His Excellency Engineer Abdullah Sule made it a duty bestowed on him, and he cultivated rice in at least 2,000 hectares in the state, in Jongwa local government, Jongwa in Away local government. And honestly, this year there is an expansion to 3,000 hectares. And he made it that all the local government areas have been provided so as for them to replicate same in their own local government. And the collaboration and the support that the state is giving to 1 acre fund, we know we more or less bridge the gap, making sure that food security should be something of watchword dog. And we make it as a duty bestowed on us in the state to see that we do the needful. For the Excellency, he distributed tractors, agric implements to all the local farmers in our various local governments, so as for him to see that food security is being taken care of and making sure that food are being available, and also the issue of environmental sustainability, so as for us to achieve what we want to achieve as a state. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is where we'll be wrapping up this session. Like I said, we're going to take more questions. The next session right after the break, and it's going to be more solution-driven and recommendations. So we will hear from you. Like I said, we're excited that we have these kind of stakeholders in the house. So we're going to take all of your recommendations and all of your solutions and comments at the end of the next session, in the next session, and that will be right after the break. And this is where we'll be wrapping up this session. I want to thank my panelists for being here. Folusha Adejoro, thank you very much. Thank you so much. Also, we've had Zainab Haruna, thank you so much. Rufus Idris, thank you so much for joining us today. And also, we've had Tajuddin Abubakar, thank you so much. So this is where we're going to be wrapping it up, and I must say at this point that we have seen a lot of engagement. It looks like there's a lot of engagement. For the man who said that what is going on in the East, I guess that we should be holding our governments accountable at the other end, because if the state governors are doing this from this end, so maybe ours should be looking in that direction. Thank you all very much. This is where we wrap up for this session. Thank you very much. Thank you. I guess so.
So we'll be having a group photo session. Okay, it's coming. Thank you so much, Nelly, and to all our panelists. Please, a round of applause for them again. All right. I have a quick announcement here. There is the owner of this vehicle, KWL 550CM, a Toyota Camry, gold color. Please see the security operatives outside, the hotel security operatives. We'd like to see you. So at this point, we will be going for a short break, a 30 minutes break and networking session. So if there is someone you probably have seen, you've heard talk during the course of all of the things and sessions we've had today, this is a good opportunity to connect with them, get their complimentary card, get to know more about what they do. And we'll be doing that for 30 minutes. So a short break, networking opportunity. Please don't just sit right, stand up, meet someone, say hi to someone, say hello to someone, get someone's complimentary card, get to know what the person does. You may never know, your next business idea may just be sitting beside you, or your next grant may just be sitting next to you. So we'll do that for 30 minutes. And once we come back, there is another session, another panel, just like Nelly said earlier on, where it's a solution-based panel. We'll be talking about some of the right, in the sector. Thank you very much, everyone. Please, as you leave your seats, please be conscious of your belongings, your phones, your bags, right? Because it's an open event. So please keep an eye on your personal effects as you go around, go outside, connect with people. Thank you.
Good afternoon. We will soon be continuing. So please, we'll soon be starting. We'll soon be continuing. Please, can we begin to settle down? Please, can we begin to settle down? We'll soon be continuing with the event. Yeah, ushers, can you help us direct those who are outside to start coming in? We're about to continue. You would also see copies of policy briefs on your desks. You can take some time to go through them ahead of where we start. Okay, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Can we settle down, please? Ladies and gentlemen, can we please settle down? May I crave your indulgence to settle down? We're about to continue. Our photographers, can you wrap this up very quickly, please? We're about to start. Let's settle down. Let's settle down.
We are about to move forward with the program. Ruth. We're about to move forward with the program, please. Let's settle down, please. Let's settle down. Gentlemen in my line of sight, please. Gentlemen in my line of sight, can we settle down? We are about to start. We are about to continue with the event. Can we all just please settle down? Welcome back from the break. Yeah, the room is a bit quieter now. So thank you very much for staying with us all morning. We are about to move ahead into the second bit of the program, to the final stretch. I'm sure you all enjoyed stretching your legs and saying hello to fellow attendees. And at this point, we'll be moving on to our second panel session. And within this panel session, we will be looking closely at the role of different stakeholders in achieving food security in Nigeria. To moderate this panel session, we have with us here Joyce Akpata as our moderator. I will read out her profile and then I will invite her to the podium. So maybe you'll just help stay a little bit silent so you can hear me clearly. So Joyce Akpata is the head of policy and advocacy, Global Alliance for Improved Nutrition. She is a lawyer and international development professional with a distinguished career spanning publishing, training, and management. She has successfully led the turnaround of non-profit membership organizations, leveraging strategic advocacy and stakeholder engagement to advance international trade, economic development, and public policy. Her expertise in governance, organizational development, and trade facilitation has positioned her as a key driver of impactful policy change. As the head of policy and advocacy of GAIN, Joyce leads GAIN Nigeria's influencing agenda, ensuring that nutrition, food security, and economic development interventions are effectively coordinated to achieve policy impact. She plays a pivotal role in supporting sustainable food systems transformation by advocating for climate-resilient agriculture, inclusive food policies, and improved national stakeholders dialogue on food security will bring valuable perspectives on food security, fostering discussions on sustainable solutions for a healthier and more food secure Nigeria. Please join me in a round of applause as we welcome to the stage Joyce Akpata. Okay, so she will be introducing the rest of the panels or the panelists, and we'll be able to go through this session. Please do not forget that if you have questions or if you've had questions from the previous sessions, there is a code that was a barcode that was mentioned on the screen. Please scan it and type in the number. So this is it, or go to vvox.app, can type in that ID and you can type in your questions. At the end of the panelist session, there will also be Q&A similar to the one we had before the break. So we will pass the mic around. Or if you do not want to use the mic, please do not forget to submit your questions using that link. I'll be able to take them at the end of this panelist session. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. There's no ginger in that good afternoon. you know, are getting to that time of the day where we need to up our sugar levels. Good afternoon, everyone. Great. Thank you very much for the warm welcome and introduction, and it's good to be here. This afternoon, we are having a very pivotal conversation that's going to focus on the role of stakeholders in achieving food and nutrition security in Nigeria. Like the moderator has said, my name is Joyce Akpata, and it's an absolute pleasure to be moderating this very important discussion. You will all agree with me that issues of food security is not a standalone issue. It's interlinked. I believe we do come from diverse backgrounds, and everyone is bringing his or her own competencies to contribute towards achieving food and nutrition security. So this afternoon we have a very distinguished panel representing government, development partners, and agribusiness as well. And our expectation is that by the end of this session, we'll be able to unpack, promising solutions that would help us identify what more we can do as stakeholders to advance the issues of food and nutrition in our great country. So without further ado, I would want to invite my very first panelist. His name is Kingsley Nwachukwu. Kingsley is Innovation Programs Lead at the MasterCard Foundation. He's an experienced access to finance specialist and programs manager with a strong background in banking and the development sector. He has proven track record in finance and investment structuring for entrepreneurs, portfolio management, financial inclusion, and program innovation. In his role at MasterCard, he leads innovative climate adaptive programs aimed at empowering smallholder farmers, agripreneurs, nano businesses, MSMEs, and SMEs in rural and peri-urban communities. His work focuses on breaking cycles of poverty, building resilience, and driving sustainable impact. He is particularly committed to fostering ecosystem change by enhancing the agency and voice of vulnerable groups, including women and youth. With his expertise in financial inclusion and rural development, we expect that Kingsley will bring valuable insights into this dialogue, contributing to discussions on innovative financing solutions and scalable agricultural interventions. Please let's put our hands together for Kingsley. Our next panelist is Dr. Adefunke Adewale. She's Impact Innovations Lead at 1 Acre Fund. So we're in for so many innovations this afternoon. Dr. Adewale has been instrumental since joining 1 Acre Fund in 2019 during the organization's pilot phase. In her role, she focuses on profiling farmers to understand their needs and developing innovative solutions that enhance their livelihoods. Her work encompasses the identification and implementation of impactful agricultural products and practices tailored to unique challenges faced by smallholder farmers. From the University of Ilorin, her academic background and practical experience reflects a deep commitment to improving agricultural systems and supporting marginalized communities. She's known for her compassionate approach and dedication to family values. At 1 Acre Fund, she collaborates closely with various teams to design and implement innovations that address critical gaps such as productivity, sustainability, and farmer resilience. Her expertise and passion make her a valuable contributor to discussions on agriculture and food security. Please let's put our hands together for Dr. Adewale. Our next panelist is from the private sector, and this is Temidayo Owoeye. I hope I got the pronunciation right. Temidayo Owoeye. Temidayo is a seasoned professional with a robust background in agriculture and business management. He holds a bachelor's degree in agriculture from the Ahmadu Bello in Nigeria's agro-input market, encompassing sales, distribution, strategic planning, and execution. His results-driven approach and proficiency in business and operational management have consistently delivered exceptional outcomes in his personal endeavors. As Managing Director of Seedco Nigeria, he leads efforts to provide high-quality seeds and innovative agricultural solutions to Nigerian farmers. His extensive experience and commitment to agricultural development positions him as a key contributor to discussions on food security and agricultural practices this afternoon. So let's give Temidayo a round of applause. Our very last but not the least panelist is Dr. Matthew Ahmed. Dr. Matthew Ahmed is the Permanent Secretary of the Niger State Ministry of Agriculture, where he leads on agricultural innovative practices to enhance access to food security within Niger State. Let's give Dr. Matthew Ahmed a round of applause. Yeah, thank you. All right. This mic is not. Oh, okay. Okay, great. So thank you very much, my very distinguished panel. Please let's give them another round of applause. Fantastic. So we'll dive in straight to conversations of this afternoon. And like I made mention in my introduction, you know, as diverse as we are as stakeholders, if we don't work collaboratively, then driving food and nutrition security would be something that would seem like a Herculean task. But once we are able to engage collaboratively, once we are able to appreciate the fact that everybody has something they're bringing to the table and there's a shared vision, then we move closer to our goal of a food-secure Nigeria. So I want to start with Kingsley. And my very first question is around, from your experiences, we are very mindful of the fact that an enabling environment is very, very key in terms of policies, in terms of guidelines, in terms of receptiveness of government actors and other stakeholders. From your experience, are there any successful policies that could help enhance its?
Thank you, Joyce. Okay, this mic is quite clear. Okay, so I think for many of us who were part of the previous panel, to witness the previous panel, one thing that came across was that Nigeria as a nation is not lacking policies. The policies are there. There's been so much work done around policy development, policy formulation. But again, implementation, especially down to the last mile, appears to be the much needed area of improvement. And this is something that has been consistent over the years. However, that being said, I think that there are still some specific policy drive policy areas that if there's dedicated attention to, we are likely to witness a significant change. There's been a lot that has been said around promoting post-harvest loss management, storage, cold chain, solar power dryers, irrigation equipment, solar irrigation equipment. However, one consistent problem is that where you introduce modern solutions, you are likely to then increase the energy need to be able to drive those modern solutions. And what we see is that at the last mile, that energy access is limited or non-existent. So, if we were going to say one big area of policy that we should focus on, I would say it is improving policy energy access at the last mile, especially decentralized renewable energy. Because considering the diverse needs that we get to see at those rural, remote locations, without that infrastructure, that frame of energy access, a lot of the ideas and innovations that are coming out that are already in practice will not be sustainable. I'll stop there for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kingsley. I mean, no doubt that's a critical area, and we've seen increase in adoption of, I think, renewable energy, especially like solar. I know you see some innovations around cold storage, leveraging on solar, but the important thing is scalability, because that's the only way we're able to achieve impacts in that area. So definitely there's a lot that has to be done in that area. But I want to go back to a colleague from Niger State, to get a sense of, within government, especially in your state, what concrete steps is government taking, to improve rural infrastructure, such as storage facilities and processing facilities as well, that would help enhance and empower farmers or agribusinesses at the grassroots level?
Thank you very much. Let me start by saying that, in Niger State, the present administration has changed the narrative and is making agriculture attractive even to the youth and women. This is the only state where the executive governor had made a pronouncement by saying, don't call me His Excellency, call me Farmer Governor. And so everybody in the state, whether you are the Honorable Commissioner, whether you are the Permanent Secretary, automatically you are also a farmer. There is a lot that is going on in Niger State to reduce post-harvest losses. The state government have signed an MOU with Dangote, and Dangote is going to be giving the state 500 containers of 400 feet, which are going to be dropped in different clusters. Our women are also trained under the commodity trade so that they can aggregate these agri-commodities during harvest. And they are being paid for this aggregation. To reduce these post-harvest losses, in each of the clusters, because you have these containers, you just go straight to the container, and of course there are criteria to look at all the impurities, the quality of even the commodity. Now, this has a lot to do, because you see post-harvest losses, when you talk about post-harvest losses, not basically living from the farm, but it starts from the farm, from the harvest. Do you have combined harvester? Are you just using the local method of processing, of threshing? You go to some few communities, you see women are using stone, are using the woods and all of that on a bare floor. So, the government in Niger State had procured 100 combined harvesters, ensuring that the youth use this combined harvester, go cluster to cluster to reduce post-harvest losses. And when I talk about these containers, this also reduces the pest infestation, because these commodities are stored under airtight condition, and so pests will not be able to invest into the into the commodity. So these are strategic steps that we have taken in Niger State to ensure that we reduce post-harvest losses, because post-harvest losses, you have it and downstream and also the upstream. You will see that during the transportation, because of the infrastructural issues, as you are transporting the commodity from the farm gate, to the warehouse, if there is no proper connection, some vehicle could even have an accident and all that. And that is why with that also, we ensure that all our aggregators are also linked with NAIC and some insurance company, so that within this period that they are transporting the commodity from the farm gate even to the warehouses, if there are any issue, the insurance company pay for the losses that the farmers are going to incur in case there are any issues within the space of that space. So these again are towards ensuring that we are full secured in the nation. I actually wanted to talk about some few other issues on how we are addressing, food security in the state. Permit me to just mention one, which is very key: issues of irrigation. Our farmers are only depending on rain-fed cultivation. And one single cycle of production cannot, number one, even bring out our farmers from poverty. Number two, cannot meet up with our population in terms of food security. Maize can be cultivated 3 cycles in a year. Same with rice and few other commodities. So the state government is investing so much in ensuring that all our moribund irrigation facility, in collaboration with the Federal Ministry of Water Resources, to look into all our river basins to ensure that those infrastructures are adequately being revived, so that farmers can continue to have 2 to 3 cycles of production per annum, to ensure that the challenge of food security is adequately there. We can
Thank
pick
you
it
very
up
much.
from there.
I'm sure there will be opportunities to share more, but it's good to see what deliberate efforts are being made. Opportunities to share more, but it's good to see what deliberate efforts are being made by the state government. And I want to bring it back to Temidayo, because agribusiness is a central role within the food systems and in addressing issue security. So what innovation is the seed industry championing? Definitely, to achieve food security, we need to start with. And in the light of current issues around climate change, I mean, we can't run away from that. I want you to also, in responding, reflect on especially for smallholder farmers.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I think before I start, I need to just build a scenario around a small-scale farmer, okay, and to actually show how these small-scale farmers are actually important to food security. Okay, when you check, currently, I think the small-scale farmers are like 30 to 40 million in terms of the farming population. And these actually contribute around 80% of the farming population. Okay, means we have like 80 million, like 30 to 40 million people across Nigeria. And they contribute 90%, 80 to 90% of what we actually eat. So to show you that the small-scale farmers are very important when it comes to food security. Then the second aspect here is food security and productivity, okay? Where you have small-scale farmer. If the small-scale farmer is not productive, okay, or producing competitively, we can't have this food security, okay? And as a business or agribusiness generally, how can we actually increase the productivity of this small-scale farmer? The challenge we have with productivity today, not that the innovations are not available. I think the last panel, they actually mentioned we have the smart, climate-smart variety and so on and so forth, okay? Even aside the seed aspect and the other input aspect, okay? Before talking about the productivity aspect of seed, in production generally, the seed alone contribute close to 40 to 50% of the yield potential. So what I mean that yield potential, any other factor, okay, maybe the good agronomy practice, any other things that is built around the farm is just maybe around 60%. The major factor first is the seed. Okay, so is this seed available? Yes. What is the challenge? We have, I think I'll categorize the challenge into three. The first one has to do with poor awareness. Okay, where we have farmers that are not actually aware of where to actually access the seed. Okay, then the second issue here has to do with accessibility. Okay, where they are actually aware of the seed and they can't even access it. And the third aspect here has to do with extension support. Because first, you need to be aware of this seed, okay? You need to know how to get this seed, okay? And the third aspect, you need to know how to use this seed, which is very important, okay? And with respect to awareness, for a company like Seedco, what we try to do is to do more of a farmer campaign, okay, as much as possible. Maybe when we're talking about where government can actually come in, I think we can take a learning from some other African countries where adoption of good seed is very high. I think that the last panel from Acre, I think he mentioned the penetration level of improved seed is far, far below 10%. Okay, for the certified seed, around maybe 15%, but for the hybrid seed, around 5%. So to show you that these farmers are not aware of this seed. Then the second aspect is, aside this campaign, we try to do demonstration, try to do a lot of engagement to create this awareness first. Okay, and I think I can give it to 1 Acre. 1 Acre has been a very strategic partner in trying to entrench and ensure the farmers actually use the right seed. Okay?
Then I'd expect us to clap for 1 Acre.
Then the second aspect here has to do with the accessibility. Okay? These farmers, where they are even aware, you've created the awareness, getting access to this seed. There's a lot of challenge. I think I don't want to go there regarding infrastructure and even affordability of some of this seed, and even, yeah. Okay, so what we try to do as a business is to actually decentralize the distribution system where farmers can easily walk into our rural outlet, okay, and access this seed. Then the second aspect where we're trying to ensure that this seed are available with, for the farmers is to actually collaborate, area of collaboration where we collaborate with some strategic partners that have rural engagement, Okay, we have like the 1 acre fund because they have the retail shop. We call it, I think, rural shop or so. Okay, we ensure that our seed are available in those rural shops. Then we have a 1 acre, OCP. They have the same rural outlet, ensuring that these seed are available there. And maybe Sarah Sciences too, that distribute other input to ensure that these seed are available. Okay, then the last aspect has to do with extension support, which is like the big major gap. Okay, one of the panel actually mentioned, I think based on statistics, is 1 to 1,000, one extension to, I think, 2 to, yes, yeah. So that gap is very much, okay? This farmer get this seed, in most cases, they don't even know how to use it, okay? In terms of the support needed that will make them to achieve the optimum yield. First, before the yield, we're facing climate issue, okay? We have several varieties that are resistant or tolerant to some of this climate issue, around drought resistance, striga resistance, and all the other, maybe fall armyworm resistance and co. So for the farmer, there are multiple of variety. First of all, in even identifying the variety they need to cultivate on their land is very important. Okay, so that information, an extension agent needs to actually tell them, oh, because of the nature of your land, this is the variety you actually need. Okay, aside getting that variety, there's a need to always provide them with information on how to grow it. And we've actually tried to see how to address this, but there's still a lot of work to do. Because as of today, we try to engage farmers, any farmers that have an interface with us, or any strategic partners that have actually have interface with us, we ensure that going forward, we get in touch with their farmers. Because it's beyond our business for us, we are interested in seeing how is our activities increasing the productivity of Nigerian farmers. I would like to stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Temidayo. That was very insightful. And you touched on an area that I think is of key importance around accessibility. And I also add affordability, because it's a very critical factor. You can see it. If you can't afford it, then really your hands are tied. And building or riding on that, I want to just ask Adefunke to share from your experiences, what do you think would be the most effective ways to ensure that smallholder farmers have access to financial services that would help enhance or boost their productivity?
Yeah, thank you very much. Without gainsaying, it's obvious that there are a couple of financial facilities all around. However, smallholder farmers are not able to access, either because of their profile. So an average, if you take a typical profile, a smallholder farmer is illiterate, is not literate. He lives in remote areas where he cannot even access, maybe he doesn't have access to maybe a phone, he cannot access the internet. So he's cut off from information. He doesn't even know what is available. Even some of them cannot read. If you are able to get the information to them, they can't read. They need information in the terms they understand. Then again, look at their capacity. They do not have the basic requirements to access some of these financial products. So you see, and then the issue of gender comes in, where you see women who are like at the bottom of the ladder. They don't even have the basic requirements to access finance. So I can go on and on to state the limitation. However, how can we improve access? I feel very much that one of the very interesting thing about our work is how 1 Acre Fund has been able to bridge the gap in providing access to finance. Finance does not have to be monetary. Even the input credits we provide is a form of support to farmers. So if we get more and more of such support coming to farmers, it will go a long way. Also, the existing financial products, I feel it will go a long way if there can be review in such a way that it can be customized to the needs of the smallholder farmers. If we look at the population of farmers in Nigeria, it's dominated by smallholder farmers. There are a lot of funding opportunities by government, by NGOs, and at the end of the fiscal year, they'll report that just a meager proportion of it was accessed, while people are wallowing in poverty, unable to access. So I feel, again, education and financial literacy is very necessary. So as we talk about extension services, covering how farmers can produce, can increase their production, financial literacy is also a key topic area that we need to include and drive seriously. Then, within the farmer sector, there are also ways by which they can strengthen their capacity to qualify, encouraging formation of groups and cooperatives and all of that. I feel all of these would go a long way. Again, if farmers' livelihood improves, they have better, their capacity is enhanced. So looking at ways to improve productivity, income, and livelihood would also solve the problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You've said quite a lot, and it just also has brought to fore the fact that there's so much that needs to be done, and so much that needs to be done not just by one sector, you know, but across various stakeholder groups, and that underscores the importance of partnerships and collaboration, you know, to be able to tackle some of these challenges and bottlenecks. So I would move on to Dr. Ahmed. You know, how is your ministry or government of Niger State collaborating with private sector and development partners to solve some of these challenges? A key thing that came to fore was issues around extension services. We do understand the importance of extension services, and that's an area where across the Federation, you know, we do have inadequate extension workers. And I've seen in other climes, private extension services. I don't know if that's something that has been explored in Nigeria, but perhaps you want to share what you're doing in terms of collaborating with partners, private sector, to enhance farmer productivity and livelihoods.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'd like to say that we have a lot of partners in Niger State. But let me start with Niger Food. Niger Food is the baby of the farmer governor in Niger State. It's an SPV. It's a private partnership engagement to ensure that the farmers feel the impact of what the government is doing in agri-space. Under this arrangement, the state government had procured 1,500 tractors, and normally I used to say it loudly anywhere I am that even the number of tractors in Niger State is more than the total numbers of tractors that the federal government has in Nigeria. And of course, this is driven to ensure that we reduce drudgery and encourage even our youth and women to be engaged in agriculture, because we cannot talk about food security in Nigeria and then we are talking about hoes and cutlass. It cannot feed the nation. And so on this note, this arrangement is on ground to ensure that farmers have access to credit. Under the Niger Food arrangement, farmers can access the required input for their production and of course, the payback in kind. These grains are being mopped up in various aggregation centers. When I was talking about the aggregation centers, this across all the local governments that are in the state. We have warehouses that have been built so that these farmers who take credit, you give them all the fertilizer, the seeds, the herbicides, the mechanization is being, so everything is being financed into their production. And of course, this is not just being done by imposing it on the small, older farmers. We have, a town hall meetings where we engage all the farmers. We'll all agree on what the prices of the inputs and the percentage at which they are to be paid. So this again is part of what the state government is driving to ensure that we are food sufficient. Now, when you look at other donors, we have several donors that are working in Niger State. We have the Fadama NG Cares, we have the ATAPs funded by African Development Bank, we have the Value Chain Development Program funded by IFAD under the UN arrangement. And we have so many other Acre being funded also by the World Bank and all that. So now what we do is under the AGRA, we have a coordination meeting, stakeholders meeting, because we don't want to be duplicating efforts wherein a farmer is also benefiting from value chain development program activity, and then the same farmer, and the funds are not actually available to even go around, to meet all the small orders farmers need. So during our stakeholders meeting, we ensure that this mapping on a cluster basis is being adhered to by all the development partners. When you are in a particular cluster in a local government, another development partner is focusing on another cluster. Apart from that, looking at different commodities, if you are into rice production in this particular cluster, we ensure that you go into the other direction and maybe you are funding maize production. So this is the way we move around and then ensure that all our donor partners are very active to address the issues. And particularly in times of training, the capacity building of the farmers are being built so that they get the best practices, global best practices. Because the issue is that it's not just having 10, 20 hectares of land that is the issue. We are talking about productivity per unit area. So these issues are being addressed at this level to ensure that farmers keep increasing their production. And I can give you some few statistics. In the last 10 years, when we started Value Chain Development Program, even the yield of rice was 1.6 metric ton per hectare. Today, as I speak to you, farmers in Niger State are harvesting close to 7.8 metric ton. And even some progressive farmers are harvesting up to 12 metric ton per hectare. And that is why this year we can see that His Excellency, even the governor of Niger State, the farmer governor, was able to aggregate 5 million metric ton of grains, and that is the reason why we have also seen clearly the price of food has also been crushed by the government. So these are part of the efforts that the state government and our donor partners are also putting in place. And to increase the productivity, we are also working with TOBA, where we are using sustainable agriculture to ensure that even the carbon credit in the soil is also be increased. We are working with Digital Green. I think I saw the country director here, to ensure that in times of extension, even these issues are being addressed. Farmers.chat. If you install it in your hub, even you can have a solution right in your farm, right? When you are faced with any challenge, and this is not just in English alone, it's also in Hausa, So you can just snap even the photograph and upload it, and then the app will give you a solution directly of what is happening. So farmers are being trained, and the state government has given some few farmers, particularly the cluster leaders, the lead farmers, the champion farmers, under the value chain development program, under some few other donor partners, they are giving 100 phones so that these solutions will be made available across. So issues of extensions are actually being addressed. Finally, on the issue of extension, just about 3 weeks ago, the former governor had given a council directive and said 2,000 extension agents should be recruited in Niger State so that issues of agricultural extension closer to the farmers within their community and within their clusters will adequately be addressed. Let me just stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And it's good to see the intentionality around these engagements and leveraging on expertise, resources from other partners. And I think what stood out for me was the area of coordination with other partners and donor organizations within the state, and ensuring that there's synergy and some spread across interventions. I think that's very critical, because that will minimize issues of overlap, and concentration in particular localities or particular value chain. And that will bring me to you, Kingsley, in terms of best practices within the development sector or INGO space. How do you think, we can be able to integrate some of the best practices to address local challenges and enhance sustainability, working together as a group? Yeah.
Thank you, Joyce. So I think a lot has actually evolved over time, especially in the deployment of development programs. And that has come from learning from a lot of programs that have been challenged. So in development, we will typically not say that a program has failed, but we'll just call it lessons learned. So some examples of what I would say are like best practice that I've seen very effective in development program deployment have been two broad areas. So the first point is, what kind of partners are you looking to work with? We have realized that working with local organizations, African-led organizations, youth-led organizations have been very effective in being able to drive like a program. Because for the local organizations operating already in that ecosystem, they're part of that ecosystem, you are not introducing a different player or a different actor into an ecosystem. You're working with those that are already there. And what we have said is that Africa has the solutions to its problems, truly. And that's also one of the principles that is being applied with that thinking. Now, youth-led organizations as well have also been seen to be quite effective because, one, looking at a sustainable time frame of one beyond a program cycle, which maybe typically runs between maybe 5 or 7 years, you need people who are still young, energized, who are still motivated, who are also looking for change themselves, which we have seen is prevalent in a lot of youth-led organizations. So by first having those right choice of partners to work with means that after the program, in quote, life cycle, continue to do good work on that. However, that also brings some challenges with it, because in working with local or African-led organizations or youth-led organizations, what we have also seen is that a lot of them do not have appropriate structures to be able to then deliver. So what I've seen that has been effective is, one, recognize that these also need support in as much as there's the, last mile beneficiary or program participant that you're looking to impact. The organizations themselves that are helping you to deliver that also need some type of support. And in the MasterCard Foundation funded programs, what we have seen, what we have done has been to include what we call an institutional capacity enhancement support embedded in the overall program design that then is working on the organization itself that is then implementing that intervention. So that is like a package. Now, on the other side then is the intervention design itself. So during the last panel, it was brought up that why are farmers not part of the panel? And that is something that we have also recognized, that you cannot program for a certain group of people without getting the voice of those people in the design of that program. Bulk of the programs that I've supported while working with the MasterCard Foundation has been focused majorly on young women, because that is where 70% of our effort is. And what we have ensured to do is to make sure that youth voices and women voices are part of the program design. So inclusive program design is one significant area that can help sustainability. Then there's also the aspect of going beyond just technical assistance. We have seen a lot of, in the past, programs that just focus on training. And then what you hear is we have been overtrained. We have training fatigue. So beyond that, it is important that as you are designing a program, to be able to move that from that idea or that mindset shift that you're looking to achieve to actual action, which also brings up that point around moving from resilience to business, is that you are able to provide some type of funding or support that can give like a startup kit to an individual or to a group or a cooperative, such that they are able to then immediately begin to actually start a business. And that is one that is also an effective mechanism. I think those will be like two broad areas that I want to just focus on for now. Again, choice of partners, and then the type of program design. Okay, one other point is it is also important to recognize that there are layers. So you are looking to, say, do a program that is focused on young women. However, those young women are part of a household or a community. And within that community, there are also, the community itself has its own unique challenges, because people do not exist in isolation. Now, what we have seen is that a lot of programs focused in rural or remote locations, there are certain infrastructural deficits that are important for sustainable growth. You can actually improve the economic potential of a person, but the person spends a lot of that income in creating or solving for problems that should be available. Like, for example, healthcare, affordable healthcare is an area. I already talked about, energy. Access to energy for productive use is also another area. So being able to design a wraparound structure around an intervention that ensures that while you are improving the economic potential of an individual for productivity, you are also being able to support the structures that are around them that they need to succeed. So one example is a program, a partnership we have with WOFAN. I don't know how many people have heard of WOFAN. Basically in the northern part of Nigeria. In that design, the there's something called a community growth initiative that is embedded as part of the overall design, where for every community that WOFAN is implementing, there is a deliberate attempt to address a specific community problem. For example, access to water. Access to clean water could just be what that community needs. We have seen that that has helped to improve the acceptance and ownership of that program within that community, which is what then enables people to continue to take on the learnings and then improve productivity. I'll stop there for now. Thank you.
I think I want to add to what he said. So, one thing that I've noticed in my experience is that some challenges are time-bound. Things evolve. The only constant thing is change.
Absolutely.
Good enough, even if we take the end user into the room when we are designing and developing projects and products for them, and it can solve, we identify the problem at the time, and this product or intervention can solve the problem. But over time, things evolve, their status change, and I think relevance is the key here. So as long as a product, a project, or intervention remains relevant, we will continue to see drive and interest, and it will continue to be sustainable. But when that moves, we see over time a couple of very beautiful projects, they become history. So I think this is where continuous research, review, and evaluation comes in, so that we are quite sure that this investment is still relevant towards what we channel it for.
Thank you very much for that contribution. It's very, very critical, and that speaks to the fact that, you know, there has to be constant alignment, realignment when necessary. But I think for me, what's also most important is adopting, you know, a more human-centered design approach, you know, and that I think would strengthen the engagement and also bringing out contributions from some of these beneficiaries of these programs. Okay, so just to go on to Temidayo, you know, what would you say are some of the bottlenecks that is currently affecting, you know, continuous development or improving of seedlings and access to seedlings, and how can public-private partnerships help address some of these challenges?
Okay, thank you very much. I think for the bottleneck, let me start from the challenge around regulation, okay? When you look at the regulation, we have some major regulation that are like, not like a bottleneck, but maybe the effectiveness of those, the regulation is actually impacting on the speed to make this product available to the farmers. Okay, for instance, I think the National Agricultural Seed Council Act of, I think 2019, if I'm not mistaken, okay, which is actually there to regulate the seed in terms of quality, aside the quality in terms of certification and co. As of today, I think we have more than 400 registered seed company in Nigeria, okay, and the access here is not only having the access to the right seed, okay, is to ensure that what the farmer is actually getting at the end of the day is what they actually want. Okay, we have a lot of fake seed in the market, which the farmer thinking, oh, he has gotten the right seed. At the end of the day, what he got is a fake seed. So for sort kind of a regulatory body, I think they need to be properly funded to ensure that we have the right regulation, okay, to ensure that there's a proper control with respect to that. Okay, then the other one has to do with around maybe investment. which I think there's an act that was trying to ensure that there's an investment in the seed industry. That is, I think the plant, what do you call it? Plant Variety Protection Act of 2021. Okay, that was actually established to ensure that the breeder intellectual property is actually protected. Okay, so with this, though there's been a slow pace in terms of implementation of this act, because the objective of the act is to actually ensure that there's this proper funding and what do you call it, investors, both local and foreign investors can actually bring in their money, because to develop a climate smart variety, you need a lot of money, okay? And investing such kind of money, you need to be sure that your investment is being protected. So there's actually an act, okay, to actually protect the investors that are actually coming to this space to invest. But currently, I think the act, Nigeria factor, we can say maybe it's too early to actually judge that this act has not been that impactful, okay? So now, to actually make seed available in terms of granting access between the private and government, I think I called it earlier. I think the governments are doing very well, both at the federal and the state level, okay? But I think the seed aspect needs to be addressed, okay? And I've called it out with respect to awareness. And I'll give a case study of what actually happened in Kenya, okay, where we have adoption level for seed is above, I think, 50%, okay? And this has to be driven majorly by the government. Intervention is very important. But when you are intervening, I think it's better for the government to actually make the proper consultation to know where to actually intervene, okay? I called it out earlier that the seed alone is like 40% of your yield, determining yield factor of any crop. Okay, so for you not to get the seed right, mechanization and any other things you're trying to build on top, I think you have 40% shortfall. Okay, so what Kenya actually did, and some of this not advanced, because when you check our yield disparity between the West African country, the South African and East African country, where we are actually struggling to battle, maybe we don't, let me pick for maize, where the national average is around 3 metric tons per hectare. In some of those countries, Africa, for instance, look at Zambia, you look at South Africa, you look at Zimbabwe, they're averaging around 10 metric tons. You can fact check. They're averaging around 10 metric tons per hectare. Okay? And this has to, including Kenya, this has to do with the intervention. Proud before now, we have, I think, Tanzania, okay, where they are actually almost at, in terms of acreage, when you look at a country like Tanzania, they have lesser acreage with respect to acreage under cultivation for, I think, for crop like maize. I'm picking maize, for instance. Okay, they have lesser acreage with respect to acreage under cultivation, but they have more average yield than Nigeria, and now they've actually overtaken Nigeria with respect to the national production yield. You can actually fact check that. Okay, this has to do with the productivity. So intervention in seed is very, very important, where the government needs to be like the major driver, okay, to ensure that there's this increase in awareness, okay, and when you are trying to even entrench or distribute input, only in few cases you have people, the major priorities are mechanization and co, okay, but I keep calling it out. I think 1 Acre Fund, they're doing, they know the problem, okay, so going after seed, ensuring that the seed is accessible to this farmer. First, I think when I talk about affordability here, you look at it relative to the return, okay? But first, these farmers need to even try this product. That is the best way to ensure that you have adoption. where farmers try this product. So when government are trying to do a bit of intervention, I think where they need to consider intervention with respect to priority has to start with the seed before they build on other factors. Then the other one has to do with partnership with respect to other stakeholders or those that have intervention, that have engagement with smallholder farmers. I keep saying it. I think all through my career, my priority has always been around small-scale farmer, even when I'm dealing with other inputs. Okay, so when you look at these strategic partners, which I called out earlier too, they are very, very important, including the seed and what do you call it, and their normal maybe outlet, okay, which is very important. And when you look at the intervention or the level of engagement, okay, that we actually do, educating these farmers, for instance, I think we have a lot of disaster last year because of the rain factor, the erratic nature of rain. And to be honest, I don't want to sound like someone coming with bad news. The climate change is actually here to stay. Okay, carrier of bad news. I think the climate change is here to stay. Okay, but it's quite unfortunate that you see extension information on when the farmers are to plant is very important, and even the seed to be deployed is very important. So with all the challenge we faced last year, we have varieties that are actually adaptable to this. Because when you look at other climes, some of them have actually faced this challenge earlier. Not that not that those climes that are having 10 tons are not facing climate change. They are, okay? But they are deploying technology to address that. This never impacted on their productivity. Thank you.
So there's so much to be done in ensuring that we improve our seed varieties to, meet or address the challenges that you've mentioned around climate change. We've gone way beyond our time, but I'll just do in 60 seconds, starting with you, Dr. Ahmed. If you had one key recommendation for how all stakeholders can work better. Seconds.
Well, one of the things I'd just like to add, let there be a strong collaboration. For example, the federal government of Nigeria is taking a facility with Brazilian government under the JBS investment for $2.5 billion to develop livestock subsector in addressing food security in Nigeria. Now, this collaboration, if you look at it, there are some few states that have Ministry of Livestock. Now, you see that there's going to be a proper channel and a chain to ensure that this, let's also cascade it to the state level so that there will not be misconnect in the activity. And I'm happy because the federal government of Nigeria has also created a federal Ministry of Livestock, and there are some few other states who have followed the train. Even before they created that, states like Yobe, Niger State, let it be that the partnership is being cascaded down to the to the state level so that this partnership can be strong. Thank you.
Yes, Kingsley, same question. Your final words.
Okay, so I think clearly the need for collaboration has been highlighted. What I would say is, as much as possible, if we can find a way to break the silos, because it looks like there are so many organizations doing similar things in similar locations, but in different ways. And all of this can actually work together in a more cohesive form if we are better coordinated. How that will happen, I don't know if I have the answer, but I know that that is an area that can really improve so that we minimize overlap and duplication of efforts. Thank you.
I mean, I couldn't agree more, because I mean, you see that happening in the same states, different partners doing the same thing, and they're not speaking to each other. We need to talk to each other more. Yeah. Your final
Synergy
word.
is key. Synergy, right? This platform is excellent. If we continue to have engagements like this, we're able to identify strengths. We are able to direct resources appropriately, and we are also able to collect feedback rapidly, use it to improve and scale profitably.
Absolutely. A lot of knowledge sharing definitely would be useful in that regard as well. And finally, from you, Temidayo.
Okay, thank you. I think for me, more of this section needs to actually hold. I think I've given my feedback already, where we can actually talk and actually network, talk about the issues. But when you look at it collaborative wise too, we are here to ensure that the small scale farmer, which are like our major food producer, okay, remain sustainable, increase their productivity, and we just need to go all out to ensure that what we are actually discussing with the country manager, to ensure that what we are discussing here is not just purely theory. We're able to translate it to practical action on the field. Thank you.
I can't overemphasize the importance of that. It's not all talk and no action. Without action, we don't see any impact. So I'll now throw it open to a very fantastic audience. They've been listening intently. So if there are any questions, we would take them. I can see one just right by. We would be only able to take 2 questions, unfortunately. One from the left, one from the right, because we are out of time. But you can always catch up with the panelists and make your interventions or ask your questions. Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you. It's been very, very impressive, this session. Last time, there was a lady that raised the issue of financial inclusion. And really, for most of these organizations, like 1 Acre, that is working with the farmers, I'm wondering if they could incorporate that into their engagement. Because what we discovered that because of access to inputs, access to credit and knowledge, you know, a lot of these farmers are improving on their productivity and access to of course, wealth after harvest. But most often than not, immediately after harvest, they go on a spending spree. And before you know it, so they will have to now go for another facility. And I think one of the ways, I think part of the financial inclusion I want to encourage is to encourage savings. Maybe they incorporate savings into the repayment regime so that perhaps our farmers will be compelled and gradually they will come to appreciate the value of savings, so that, because part of the objective of this hand-holding is wealth creation, we say. But by the time it becomes in and out, then you realize there's a vicious circle. Every time they will have to rely on the same credit before they can get back to production.
I can't absolutely agree, and that's why it's important that as we engage with these farmers, we make them see farming as a business, and once you're able to separate your business from your personal expenses, then sustainability to a very large extent is guaranteed. Who is the next?
Okay, my name is Kola Ole.
One left, one right.
Okay, my name is Kola Ole from Plan International. My question is to the Niger State government. I appreciate the fact that you have stakeholder coordination unit where you see what different organizations are doing. But my concern is around when different organizations come around and they come with their packages. Have you done analysis of the gaps of the government itself? So you'll be able to know when a partner comes to be able to address that gap. Because there is no way any partner can replace the government. The government all have all the resources, they cover their state more than any other partner. Because when the partner come with their packages, are they really addressing where you have your weakness, or they are duplicating? So these are concerns. And this is also goes to the donors. It's better to strengthen the government than to duplicate what government is doing. Because there's no NGO or national NGO that can replace the government and can reach as people as much as the government. And you know, government is more sustainable than any partner. So we have to look at government analyzing the gaps in their state, and any NGO coming in will be able to meet those gaps, so the development will be sustainable. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. In as much as we have several partners working with us in Niger State, we, at the point of design of a particular project, of course, no donor project can come to the state without not sitting with the stakeholders. And because we have the gap analysis of the areas that we want them to intervene, we throw it open to them. And if some of them felt that, oh, it's rice production we want to invest into, we look at the gap that is in rice intervention, and we let them know, okay, this is where you are supposed to drive, and this is left for the state and all that. So there's not any donor partners that will just enter into your house without knocking at the door. They will have to knock at the door, and then at the point of design, not just even Ministry of Agriculture alone, planning, the Ministry of Planning and Budget, they are rightly involved. Okay, investment are involved, and we look at it, we make a lot of criticism and look at it. You know, even the baseline informations that are needed from the beginning, ab initio, we lay it down and then everybody discuss it so that there will not be duplication of effort. Actually, because we have over 6 million farmers in the state, and of course, we cannot just say, okay, let us tint it to one direction. And that is why, even in our interventions, we try to spread it across. Several of them may not be operating in all the 25 local governments that we have in the state. So these are the strategies that are actually be put in place so that there is no duplication of effort and there is no wastage of resources that are not really available within the reach of.
Very much. I think you have. And I always say, you know, that government has a critical role in playing in ensuring that, you know, within their states or as a nation, we actions that are targeted to addressing specific needs. Because I believe there's no development partner, you know, that will come to a state and insist. Government, I was in Benue a couple of months ago, and the coordination agency told us of how they sent some partners out of their states, that they didn't want them implementing any project in their state. So that's the kind of power that government has and is able to use effectively to enrich whatever interventions that you know, partners are coming to implement in the state. Please, let's give our panelists a round of applause. Unfortunately, I'm seeing hands, but we have overshot our time before they throw us off the stage. I want to say thank you to our panelists for enriching insights that they have provided. There's so much that needs to be done. There are solutions that we need to scale up to address some of these challenges, and we are not able to do this without collaboration. For each and every one of us seated here, we do have a role to play in our own sphere of influence. So our charge is, let's commit all the ideas that we've discussed today into action so that we're able to have an impactful tomorrow. So on that note, thank you very much to everyone, and thank you once again to our fantastic panelists.
All right, can we put our hands together again for our panelists? You will agree with me that they did a great job. All right, and I will be calling up on stage Ruth Nyerda to give us the closing remarks for this program. Please put your hands together for her.
Right. Good afternoon, everyone. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, partners, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to stand before you today as we wrap up what has been a series of rich and thought-provoking discussions on food security in Nigeria. First, I wanted to extend my deepest gratitude to all of our panelists for sharing their expertise with us, to all of you for participating in the discussion, and to all the One Acre Fund speakers who spoke earlier about the work we're doing to improve Nigeria and Africa's food security landscape. As our country director Tola mentioned at the beginning of this event, we came together to not just discuss food security, but to better understand its complexities and to begin carving a path forward together. So in this closing plenary, I'll briefly recap the insights from our two panels. The first panel on understanding the state of the nation, understanding the food security landscape in Nigeria, and the second panel on collaborating, on building solutions together, on bridging that gap. So starting with the first panel on understanding the landscape. In our first panel, we took a deep dive into the state of the food security landscape in Nigeria. We heard about the pressing challenges impacting our agriculture smallholder farmers, and we also laid the foundation for solution building. A few key themes emerged in that panel. The first is with regards to production and supply chains. We heard about how farmers face rising costs. They lack access to training and modern agriculture practices, access to modern agriculture technologies, and have limited access to markets as well. And all of this weakens our food systems. Since 80% of the food produced in Nigeria is produced by smallholder farmers, we know that when we empower smallholder farmers, we feed the nation. Given this, we're going to need to double down on the investments for these critical players in our food market. Some of the interventions that we discussed in that panel included ensuring they have access to credit, quality inputs, robust extension services, post-harvest support, and market linkages. Another theme that came up in that panel was policy and governance. A number of us acknowledged that all the work the government is doing. They've put in place a number of enabling policies to support agricultural growth, collaboration among all the stakeholders, not just government, but private sectors, non-governmental organizations, is critical to actualizing the goals that have been set out in those policies and achieving sustainable gains. So this call to action was for all of us in this room, as we are all stakeholders that have a role to play. We also discussed the effects of climate change on the nation, which among others we're feeling through the rising temperatures year in and year out, and we're also experiencing through flooding and other natural disasters and climatic events. While these events affect us all, smallholder farmers who not only carry the load of feeding their families, but also the nation, are disproportionately affected. Our farmers lack a supporting infrastructure needed to build resilience in the face of changing rainfall patterns and extreme weather events, which often lead to soil degradation, land losses caused by increased desertification, crop destruction, and increased pests and diseases, all of which impact their yields and subsequent ability to feed the nation. And respective state governments are playing a role. Non-government organizations like One Acre Fund, Acre, Fund, others are playing a role to promote climate-smart agriculture practices like agroforestry, renewable energy sources, and drought-resistant seeds with the goal of building this resilience, there is more that we can all do. Among other things, we need to improve access to climate-smart agriculture practices and invest in relief mechanisms like insurance. A final issue that came up in that panel discussion was around displacement. When you take all these things together, the rising insecurity in some parts of Nigeria, the climate change and its effects that are leading to displacement and loss of arable farmland, it ends up having a cumulative effect as well on our productivity and the food security landscape. We heard earlier that 49% of respondents either know someone or have themselves had to relocate due to climate change. And you can imagine the effect that this displacement has. It's led to abandonment of arable land, increases in clashes between nomadic herdsmen. I'm now going to move on to what we just discussed in our second panel, towards a food secure Nigeria, the role of different stakeholders. So in this second panel that just ended, this one is a little bit more fresh in our minds because it's just ended. We explored the critical roles that the different stakeholders must play in ensuring food security. And a couple of promising themes emerged in that panel as well. The first was around government's role. Beyond policy development, we've acknowledged that government has a critical role to play in building a robust infrastructure, ensuring farmers have access to credit, increasing energy connectivity along road networks, and storage facilities as well. All of this to boost productivity, reduce post-harvest losses, and increase market competitiveness. These efforts are already underway, as we've heard. We've heard about the storage containers that have been bought. We've heard about the recruitment of an additional 2,000 extension workers, and a lot more as well. So against this background, our role, and our role being everybody here in this room, is to build on this foundation and create synergies in our work. There were also calls for government to strengthen protections against non-validated products in our market. Again, beyond the government, we all have a role to play to ensuring this is actually actualized. And we can do this, for example, by firming up our supply chains and more robustly checking the quality of the products that we buy as seed suppliers and that we produce as seed producers as well. We've also spoken about the role that private sector has in driving innovation through climate-smart agriculture practices, agriculture technology, investing in value chains, and enhancing market access for our farmers. The panel also spoke about the role that NGOs and civil society have to play in facilitating access to input financing mechanisms, boosting financial literacy, promoting climate-smart agriculture practices, and advocating for farmer needs at both the state and the national level. Most importantly, we need to ensure that our women and our youth are not left out of these conversations. At 1 Acre Fund, our slogan is Farmers First. And part of putting farmers first means ensuring that their voices are not left out. So with that slogan in mind and all the conversations that we've had today in mind, it's been very encouraging for me, and I'm sure all of my colleagues at 1 Acre Fund, to hear all of you calling for farmers to be consulted, calling for farmers not only just to be consulted, but to also be given seats at tables like these. Finally, we also the panel also just talked about the role that farmers and cooperatives have to play. So if, we can do all this, we can lay all this foundation, but if those critical players, if those people, those smallholder farmers that feed our nation don't join the charge, then all of our efforts are in vain. So if the smallholder farmers have a role to play in leading the charge, in adopting these new technologies, in adopting these new practices, and also sharing them with their farmers, because we all know the role that early adoption has to play in sustainable change. Critical to all this has been the need for effective collaboration to prevent double dipping and ensure the implementation of complementary and not contradictory efforts among all the stakeholders in this room. Something that came out clearly, although not overtly, is the need to balance the quick wins with long-term structural changes. So swinging access to seed and extension services can create immediate impact while laying the groundwork for broader reforms like the infrastructure changes that we've spoken about. So as I close, I know it's been a long recap, but as I close, one message has come out clearly from this discussion, which is that food security isn't a problem just for one stakeholder or one of us. It's a problem for all of us in this room to solve. It requires a collective action. And each of us has a role to play, whether we're government, whether we're private sector, whether we're entrepreneurs, whether we are non-governmental organizations, whether we're researchers, whether we're entrepreneurs, whether we're community leaders. We all have a role to play. And I'm going to end with an agriculture metaphor because all of us here, we're here talking about agriculture. So when you think about a seed and the planting process, you put the seed in the ground and you don't just let it rest there and think, okay, I'll come back in a couple of months and I'll find my produce ready for harvest. You need to nurture it. You need to water it in order for it to reap the harvest that you want. Similarly, right here, right now, we've discussed so many ideas. So many ideas have come out of this room. So many great ideas. But we can't just let them sit. We need to water them. We need to nurture them. We need to keep these conversations going and move towards action. So thank you guys. Thank you all for your engagement. Thank you, distinguished guests. Thank you all. And I'm looking forward to joining hands with all of you as we work towards improving the food security landscape in Nigeria. Thank you.
Thanks, Ruth. Please, can we give her another round of applause? Ruth is our Global Government Relations Manager. All right, so she took the closing plenary, not closing remarks. So to take the closing remarks, coming on stage is the country director, 1 Acre for Nigeria. Please, can we put our hands together for him? Adetola Adegbite.
Thank you, Buku. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, and thank you. Very exact conversations today happened. It's going to be the beginning of a series of conversations, but we are incredibly optimistic that these conversations will crystallize in meaningful solutions that will affect the agricultural landscape and the food systems in Nigeria. We do not expect to move the needle in 24 hours. We do not expect to see transformation in the next 3 months, but we do expect to see progress. We expect that with the passage of time, a little at a time, we will get the needle to move. And if we remain committed and concerted and devoted, everybody in this room can play a role in ensuring that our food systems are more secure, more resilient, and more effective for all of us as Nigerians. I'm deeply grateful to all our guests that showed up today. I'm deeply grateful for the government dignitaries, private sector players, development partners, and everyone who has come out to support this conversation. We couldn't Vivo app. I've looked through it. There are about 20 questions there as I speak. We will go through that. We will prepare answers, and as part of the communique after this meeting, we will share that to everyone who has come here today. We will be synthesizing the feedback that Ruth has shared, as well as other comments, insights that have been shared in the course of this conversation. And what we intend to do as a next step is to be able to disaggregate these into call to actions for the various stakeholders that have an impact upon the outcomes of the food systems in Nigeria. We will share this with the private sector players, with the appropriate government agencies, with development sectors, pretty much to say we had this meeting and these are the critical issues that have come out and these are the actions that we think you have a role to play in helping the country move forward. Like I said, this is the first, but this is definitely not the last. There will be follow-up calls and follow-up conversations, and we hope that when that time comes, everyone continues to be willing to play their role in supporting this. Thank you very much. One more thanks to the team that has helped organize this. Please, a round of applause. Government Relations team in the Nigeria program, can you please stand up? Barnabas Usman, please come out. Ruth, please come out. There were many people that made this work, but this was the key team that drove this. Ladies and gentlemen, please would you give these individuals a round of applause. They have worked tirelessly to make this happen. Of those numbers that we share in One Acre Fund, this is the team. Oh. You think it's me? It's not me, really. It's the people behind making sure that things work. And I'm happy that we have an incredible team here. Thank you so much, guys. We appreciate it. Okay, so what happens from here? We will close now. We will have lunch. Then we will go to our houses. The end. And then the team will continue to work behind the scene to crystallize everything that we've said. Tomorrow or day after, before the end of this weekend, we will aim to send out the first set of correspondence from this meeting, and then subsequently there will be correspondence. I've had a couple of one-on-one conversations that have been quite useful. We'll still be around here, so if there are other follow-up conversations, useful ideas, please feel free to walk up to me or anyone else for us to have those conversations. I wish us a safe trip back to our homes and destinations, and I hope that what we've done here today will leave our mark in the sands of time. God bless you all.
All right. Thank you very much, everyone that has honored us by showing up today. Lunch is at the Pacific Restaurant. We have also pre-packed it, just like we did with breakfast, especially for those who are fasting and will be unable to eat. So you can just make your way to the restaurant, just straight down the hall to get your meal. And you can still continue to network and talk with people. Thank you all for coming.